so, ladies.
Hello and welcome to the 36th running of the classic Citroën 2CV 24-hour race. We are here live at Snetterton race circuit in Norfolk, bringing you 24 hours of Citroën 2CV racing. That's twice around the clock. The teams have been busy preparing for a long time, and let's go and chat to some of the people who have qualified in the top 3 positions. So we're here with Nick, part of Team Fig Jam, who is currently second in the championship. Now, you've qualified 6th, which is lower than I guess you'd expected. What happened today?
Basically, driver's excuse is 37 and 44, which were couldn't pick up the dry line in time, and carburettor jetting.
So I see you've got the bonnet off at the moment. Are you sorting out the jetting? Was it actually an issue?
It was. We have sorted that now. We were running very rich, and we have been struggling to get it to where we wanted it. So we have actually, hopefully, achieved that now in that little warm-up session.
And are you starting the race today?
Oh, no, I'll be going for a beer.
That was a joke. Is it Sean in the race starting?
Yeah, Sean will be starting, and then James, and then I'll pop in about 5 hours after the start, 10 o'clock-ish, somewhere around there, providing we don't have any issues.
Great, thank you, Nick. And I hope you have a great 24 hours.
Katie, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
So we're here with Colin Etchells of the Regimental Car. Colin, 3 emotions you think you're going to feel over the next 24 hours?
Very excited at the start, first time I'm starting. Probably very tired in the middle of the night when I do the night shift. And then probably very emotional at the end, hopefully when we finish.
Thank you. So we're here with Ethan Sparrow, who is currently 3rd in the championship and has qualified 3rd today. You were on pole for quite a while there. How did you find qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying was good. Me and Pete went out together, and I wasn't entirely expecting it to start raining, but we were lucky we were sort of front of the queue, so made the most of it and got us a reasonably dry lap in, and we were quite happy with that. And I was sat on sort of provisional pole and hoping for more rain, but it did dry out eventually, so I had to get back out in the car. But yeah, enjoyed qualifying.
Great, and obviously that's Pete Sparrow, who's in your sister car in 97. It seems quite close between the 2 teams this year. Do you think you've got a chance at beating them, a team that ordinarily wins this race?
I'd like to. I'm not one to jinx myself like that, but times wise we're similar, and we're down to 3 drivers now instead of the 4 we had last year, so we should stand a better chance. But I mean, it's could be anyone's, couldn't it?
So talk to us about that driver lineup. You say that 3 is better than 4. Why is that? And also, you've got Sam, Martin Ryman and yourself, a quick team. So why is 3 better than 4, and how do you think your lineup's going to do this year?
The 3 drivers just seems to work better in rotation, but Sam's quick, Martin's quick and consistent. That's really all we want, is just to stay out and go at a reasonable pace and just keep it out of the pit lane. So that's what we can really hope for.
Great, thanks so much. Have a great race, and hopefully you remember to put your transponder in the car.
Yes, I'll do that now. Thank you.
So we're here with Alex of car 13. Alex, 3 emotions you're going to feel over the next 24 hours.
Fatigue, stress, and joy. Why not that?
Good, a nice positive one to end there. Thank you.
Hello, we're with Pete Sparrow, who's managed to put it on the first row of the grid. Not quite the front of the grid as your usual spot, but P2 for Pete, so it's fantastic. How are you feeling about that?
I'm sort of a little bit happy and a little bit sad because I've lost a trophy that I really like, but then I don't have to fill it with gin next year. That's somebody else's job. I think it's cost me about £1,000 in gin and tonic and stuff like that every time I've had to fill it. So I could do with a financial year off. So, but I'm really pleased for Tech Rouge for getting it. It was pretty close. So good luck to them for the race, and enjoy the trophy.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's also great that it's so close as well. It's pretty close between your teammate as well, which is good to see.
Yes.
How's that going? Is there a little bit of inter-team rivalry starting already?
We don't really have a plan because these things often go awry. So there's no plan. We've got guys that are doing well in the championship in that car. So we sort of really want to, support them as much as we can. But whilst having a good go at it ourselves. So I think we'll let it go a few hours before we start to make any decisions about how we might play it.
Okay, lovely, brilliant. How about you show us quickly around the 2CV car? Tell us what makes a 2CV car tick, basically.
Well, generally good preparation is what you need for this race. You need to have also sensible drivers that are going to look after the car, that understand what pushing it too hard is, what's not pushing it hard enough. Being sort of sympathetic to it. I mean, this car was built 10 years ago and it's done around about 23,000 racing miles now. So in racing terms, it's getting an old girl now, but it still knocks along, but we look after it. I mean, the bodywork's getting a bit tired, but mechanically it's actually not too bad, and it's still good fun to drive. Still don't get bored of driving it. But yeah, it's just really making sure that things work, making sure things are done properly, everything's done up, you haven't forgotten anything, and just having a good team behind you. That's the other major thing.
The team is so important. I don't think in sprint races it's not seen so much, but especially in a 24-hour, it really is the backbone of any race. It's so important that the team is there and knows what they're doing and play a critical role. I think throughout the 24. The driving is the small part of it. Really,
I think the drivers get a lot of the glory, but without people that cook for us or make a cup of tea or do the wheels and the tyres or the refuelling, the drivers don't do any of that. They just sit behind the wheel and just make it go around corners. No, I mean, it's without the team, you're nothing really. The car's nothing. It's a team event. When you win with all these people that have turned up, travelled from across the country to make your race weekend great, and they work, amazingly well together for not being together for, let's say, a year. A lot of them don't see each other from one year to the next. And everybody brings their bit and somebody else brings their bit, and somehow it all comes together and makes a car that is, hopefully somewhere near the front of the grid. So that's it.
It's a well-oiled machine, and it always has been. And hopefully that continues for today's race. So thank you very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Good luck. Hope all goes well.
Yeah, and for you, mate.
So we're here with Dennis, who is a mechanic for the number one car. Dennis, 3 emotions you're going to feel in the next 24 hours.
Tired, stressed, and probably happy.
Thank you.
Hi, so we're here with Andrew Ball, who's part of the Crisis Tech Rouge team. You've put it on pole. You said you were threatening to do this, and you've done it. Tell us about that.
Well, we've all watched Pete Sparrow walk away with pole position for several years in a row, and it was about time somebody tried to take it off him, and we've been close. We've all been close, yourself included, last few years. Last year I think there was a 10th in it. So the last lap of qualifying pretty much it was, where we took a little pause on the lap to let the Lion cars come past, which I clocked in the mirrors that were coming up, and the Lion cars came through along with Port Pie Racing as well. He dived down the inside at the Coram, and that gave me a lovely tow up the fronts, up the start finish here, and it just worked out perfect. The slipstream off 4 cars through that one lap, and then just had to keep it clean from the bomb hole.
You've got to be in the right place at the right time, and you seem to be very good at doing this, and so much so that obviously you're championship leader, coming into the biggest race of the season. What's the headspace like? Are you thinking about that, or are you just going out to drive?
No, the championship is obviously really, really important to us, but right now it's about this race. So.
Yeah. And a lot of work goes in behind the scenes with the whole team, and it's not just you driving. You've got Brian Heary with you, Nick Rhodes,
and Ian
Gibbon. Lovely, and they're pulling their weight, are they?
Yeah, it's we're a pretty solid crew. Been the same crew for 5 years now. and with the nearly runs every time. We've been on the podium, second or third throughout those last 5 years. So again, we're chasing the podium. Work behind the scenes back at base at Tower Citroën with Paul and the guys from Tech Rouge as well. You know, the man hours that go into putting these cars together ready for this event is testament to where we are now, and you know, can't thank them all enough.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for you and the whole team, and hopefully you'll be spraying the milk at the end of the race.
Well, have you found a brick line that I haven't seen yet?
So good luck to the team.
Yeah.
That's Andrew Ball.
Thanks, man.
So we are here live on the grid. We'll talk to pole position in just a moment, but first we'll talk to a team who ordinarily does quite well. Now, Tom, how are you feeling today about the race?
I'm very excited. We need to be very calm in the first stint though, so we'll see how it goes. We've had a really tough couple of days. Hopefully we've got all our gremlins sorted, and let's see what we can do.
You've got a couple of gremlins stood next to you. Do you taking them out of the car and brought them to the grid?
I think, you know, you always dream as a kid growing up, you know, I want to be a professional racing driver, and I think I've peaked right now. I think there's no argument that this is the peak of my racing career, absolutely.
So you've got one of the drivers here, and then we've got a mechanic. So how are you feeling about the 24-hour race?
Oh, I'm terrified. I'm really terrified because they're not very good, and neither are we. So let's see how it goes. You know, we peaked 10 years ago.
Brilliant, thanks. Right, a nice positive start to our grid walk there. Okay, so we will head back up to the front of the grid where we will try and find the pole sitter, as we have a very important prize to award to them. Every year in the 24-hour race, we honour a member of the club who is sadly no longer with us, named Graham Harper, and he was known for just clubbering things together. He was very fast, maybe not very reliable, but whoever gets pole position in the 24-hour race has to fill up this lovely prize here with Hendrick's gin. It's very specific, and it costs a significant amount to fill it up. So yeah, probably about £50. So this is the prize here. So, and round the front of it we have his number, we have 2 headlights here, we have a part of a wheel, and yeah, it's all together. So whoever gets pole position has to fill it up, and I can't actually see the pole sitter right now, but here he is, so we'll talk to the pole sitter right now. We'll pass you over to Seb.
Oh, to me? Oh, you've thrown me in now. Short straw. You've told them what it is now, haven't you? So, you've the incredible joy of being able to fill this up next year. So, on behalf of the 2CV Club and everyone who loves you, we'd like to present you with the Graham Harper Trophy.
I absolutely have been asking for this one for 5 years, and I'm absolutely chuffed to bits to be taking this one back home to the workshop.
It's a long time coming, and you thoroughly deserve it, especially this year, so congratulations.
Thanks very much, really honoured.
Fantastic. Go and get them.
We'll try.
Are you going to stick that on your car now for the rest of the race?
Yeah. I'm just going to sit in the works on the dinner table in the shed.
Fantastic.
Thanks,
well
guys.
Done.
Brilliant, thanks. So yeah, that was Bully, who is currently first in the championship. Now, this race is Bully's first in the championship, and we've spoken to Nick, who is second, and Ethan, who is third. Now, they're quite a way away. Bully would have to do, and the team, really badly for him not to win the championship. But it's 24 hours, it's a long 24 hours, and a lot could happen. We'll go and talk to some of the other drivers now who are here. So we're here with the pork pies, a lovely metallic blue car here. Chris, are you starting? Who's starting for you? John. We'll look out for John. We can't see him. We'll talk to you, Chris. Come on in. You are essentially the owner of the pork pies, aren't you?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're from Melton Mowbray, which is why hence our name of pork pies. Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, okay. I think I knew that, but I just thought maybe you love pork pies. How are you guys feeling? 4th on the grid. Really great start.
It's our best qualifying ever. So we've had a really good morning. So we're fingers crossed. Yeah, yeah.
Brilliant.
But it's a long way to go.
It is. Thank you. Yeah, great to talk to you, Chris. Brilliant. So yeah, we'll continue to walk down the grid. So pork pies, they've done it for a very long time, and starting, as Chris said, in his in his best position yet. We'll go and talk now to SL Racing. Now, only moments ago, this car, bonnet was off. They've had a lot of issues, so just being out on the grid is a miracle by the sounds of it. So we'll go and talk to George Broadhurst, who isn't starting. But George, we saw just now that the car was in pieces.
Yep.
How is it on the track and what's happened?
The gearbox mount broke, which was basically we were working on the car from the second it came back from warm-up until about 5 minutes before I had to be here. So it was very, very squeaky bum time. But the team all kind of came together and got it done in time, which was great. But it was very close. We very nearly didn't make it, and we just found out that our front wheels weren't done up even at all. So just taught them on the grid. So yeah, really down to the wire to get on the grid in time. But we just about made it.
Fantastic! Wow, what an exciting start to the race. I hope that's the most exciting part of your race.
Really hope so. After last year, after not finishing last year, we just want to get through unscathed. That'll be really nice.
Brilliant. Thanks, George. All the best. So Seb, who is here with us, is also part of SL Racing. So we'll go and continue to talk to more cars. Now look at this car, absolutely fantastic. So the number 13 car, let's just have a close look at this. Obviously 2CVs are known as snails for their sheer speed. So this is a fantastic representation for the snails. So we'll go talk to the first driver, who I think is Callum. Are you going in the car first? Fantastic. So you've done this race before, obviously. You qualified quite well, but how are you feeling?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. You never know what's going to happen over 24 hours, do you? But we've got a good team behind us. They built a great car, so we'll just see how we get on.
Brilliant, yeah. And I think I'm just going to go talk to somebody who I actually met this morning. No? Okay. Someone who is very... Who am I talking? Yeah, is that okay? So we met this morning in the showers. So tell me, and you told me something I didn't quite know about this car, which is I think we need to share this story. Tell us about the car.
So this car was my husband's car. He died of a brain tumour 4 years ago. So Ian asked me if he could buy the car. So he did. So yeah, it's gonna go round again.
Fantastic, thank you. So yeah, so your husband's car, which I presume he loved, and his memory lives on through the race.
Yes, yeah, it definitely does.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Fantastic. So we'll continue to walk down the grid and see who else we can find. We've got a bit of time now before the race starts. Fantastic. Lovely lovely outfits. You can see people are really into their fancy dress. Let's talk to team 7. Hello. So this is Mick Story, i.e. my father. You're starting in... Don't look so disappointed at that fact. You're starting in car number 7, Rosie Walford Racing. You've done this a significant number of years now. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling as nervous as I did in the first one. So yes, I'm feeling excited, Katie. I'm excited.
Why is it nerve-wracking? What part of it is? Because everyone says they're nervous. No one wants to jinx anything. What is it that's actually nerve-wracking?
I don't know, but you meet a lot of people with crash helmets in the toilet. so anybody that says they're not is lying, I think.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. We'll go and talk to some more people, but do you want to say how you think it's going to go today, or are you joining the We Don't Want to Jinx It club?
I think we should be on the top 3, probably, on the podium. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not going to say how it's going to go, really, you know. We're out to enjoy ourselves. That's it. It's a brilliant race, and if we can get through without any engine changes, we'll be over the moon this year. Last year we got the prize for the desperately worst on losers or something. I don't know. Trying really hard to stop bits falling off the car. I think we had 4 engine changes. Suspension broke. This year, hopefully, it'll be a clear run all the way through. Dead boring for everybody in the garage.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So, a lot of people are just in it for fun, and that's great. There is one team that I'd like to go and talk to. They'll probably be quite far down the grid. It's a C1 team. So, this is a 2CV 24-hour race, but there are also C1s here. Just because it's nice to have another class of car. They're significantly faster than the 2CVs, which is why they start a bit further down. But in qualifying yesterday, we had one of the C1s. It was very dark, very wet, and they actually rolled the car. The car went over twice. So that car isn't in the race. But one of the members of that team actually drove all the way back to Essex, and they went to pick up another car which has actually qualified second on the grid. So we'll go and talk to them now. You can see the gap here between where the 2CVs start back to where the C1s start, and that is due to their speed and that they are just faster. So we'll go and talk to one of those drivers now, who's always here. Hello, I'll talk to you from here. I was just explaining we're live on YouTube, I was just explaining how the car rolled twice yesterday, driver's okay. Tell us a bit more about how you're starting, because this isn't the same car.
No, so one of our drivers, Jake, unfortunately had a little roll of quorum, went over twice and then landed back on his wheels. Car was completely written off, and then our mechanic, Clive, nice little hero that he is, drove all the way back to his workshop. Nice 5-hour round trip, and brought our other car, which is this car, which has finished at 24, hasn't really had anything done to it, so we had to do a fair bit this morning and last night.
Thank you. And this car, we can see here by what they mean, so this car did finish Silverstone, you can see it's a bit battered, but it tends to do quite well, this car.
This car's done alright. Over the years, it's won racing ribbons quite a few times, it's done well in this 24 hours, done well in the normal C1 races, the poppy car, so yeah, touch wood, hopefully it'll be alright. But it's funny, it was supposed to go to the body shop on Wednesday to get fixed, so hopefully we don't add any damage to it.
Yeah, it will still need that appointment, I'm sure. Thank you so much for talking to us. Great. And I think it'll be almost time for us to finish, but we'll go and speak to the TCVs again, and we'll go and talk to the car. As you see, we've just presented the Graham Harper prize to the pole position, and we can see that Graham Harper's car is actually just here. We'll have a look at the boot lid, because what they've done here is they've taken a photo of a sign from his workshop, blown it up and put it on the back of the boot lid, and you can actually see how amazing this boot lid. We're just going to show your boot lid. That's okay. So yeah, have a look at that. It looks fantastic. So that is in memory of Graham Harper. Absolutely fantastic. We'll go and talk to, this is Team Riley, we'll go and talk to the starting driver. Hello.
Hello, Katie. How are you?
Good, how are you?
No, very well, Katie.
We've just been admiring your boot lid.
Thank you very much.
So how are you feeling about the race?
We're looking forward to it. We're in our normal place on the grid, same place as last year, consistent. But last year we started in this position and finished in 9th place overall. So hopefully we just do the same again this year. We just keep going, stay out the pits and just stay out of trouble.
And is it the fact that you did manage to stay out the pits last year as to why you finished so high? How important is reliability in this race?
Obviously having 3 fantastic drivers was the big difference. But yeah, there was a certain amount of reliability which we had been missing on previous years. So it was good to have our friend reliability back. Let's hope he stays again this year.
Thank you. And just one final question. We've just presented the Graham Harper prize up to Billy at the top. Did you want to tell us anything about Graham Harper?
Well, Graham Harper's the reason I'm stood here today, because I started racing with Graham in 1992 and went to my first Mandello Park in 93. And since then we've always been doing it, and his legacy lives on with all the rest of the team that are here, and we're still on the grid, and we're still thinking about him, and we're still carrying his famous name on our boot lid.
Brilliant, thank you so much, thank you. So the drivers now need to get into their cars. We're going to do the formation lap, and we will throw it back over to commentary for the start of the race.
We'll have a look at where we are for a race. Okay, right, looks as though it's about to. Best of luck. Thank you very much. So I'm going to do 2 of the 5, I think, where we're being asked to clear the grid. So it's Simon starting the Emax car 14, Rob starting 4.63, and another Ollie starting 3.06. So my apologies, didn't quite time it quite right, but we've all been asked to clear the grid. No, you're not famous enough. So, it's okay, not famous enough. Yeah, it's very good vibe out here on the pits, in the pit lane. Sorry, and in the on the starting grid. For everyone, do come down to the pits. Everyone who can watch all the teams. Very enjoyable. So making our way through the bottom gate. Tony, everything working back up your end again? Maybe not. Yeah, 24 hours du Javou Classic 2CV Racing Club, a 24-hour race here at Snetterton. All right. See a lot of people that you've seen before who are there, and well, the grid's being cleared.
Every time that I try to run from your love, it's like I fall right back into your arms. No, I can't live without your touch. No, it's like I can't escape your love. Escape your love. Escape your love. Yeah.
Just got a bit of trouble with the headphones, so Lewis assures me he can hear me, so hopefully you can hear me as well. But I can't hear you, Lewis, through the headphones, so maybe it's that. Anyway, this is the grid. Front row 92 and 97, 92 and 97. Second row 79 and 96, 79 and 96. Third row 48 and 1, 48 and 1. The next row is 13 and 18, 1, 3 and 1, 8. Fifth row is 7 and 15, 7 and 1, 5. Sixth row is 72 and 33, 72 and 33. Seventh row is 77 and 40, 77 and 40. Then we've got 82 and 35, 82 and 35, and finally 25 on row 9. Then we have a gap before we get the C1s, and they line up in the order 396 and 586, 396 and 586. Then 14 and 463, 14 and 463, and finally 306, 306. Now what I can do also is give you the starting drivers, and I've got them in car number order as they go off on their green flag lap. If we don't get through all these, I can give you them once the race gets underway. So, car 1, Sean Sidley is starting. Car 7, Mick Story is starting. Car 13, it's Callum Grant. Car 14, it's Simon Gardner. Car 15, it's Giles Owen. Car 18, it's Tom Perry. Car 25 is Craig Patrick. Car 33 is Glyn Oswin. Car 35 is Kathy Munnings, M-U-N-N-I-N-G-S, Kathy Munnings. Car 40 is Chris Yates. Car 48 is Neil Savage. Car 72 is Patrick Mason. Car 77 is Robin Ward. Car 79 is Ethan Sparrow. Car 82 is Colin Etchells. Car 92 is Brian Heary. Car 96 is John Harmer. Car 97 is Pete Sparrow. Car 306 is Ollie Faller. Car 306 is Ollie Faller. 396 is Ollie Anslow. So we've got two Ollies, very similar numbers. Car 463 is Rob Chalmers. And car 586 is Ross Borman. So those are your starting drivers. And we've got a glitch at the moment, not only with that, but we've got a glitch with TV. We can't seem to get TSL through the TV at the moment, so that's another minor distraction. So basically we are waiting for the 24 hours of Deux Chevaux to begin, starting at 5 o'clock, finishing at 5 o'clock tomorrow. And the front row is Crisis at Tête Rouge, number 92, alongside Team Lion, number 97. Then it's Team Archers Lion, number 79, on the second row with Pork Pie Racing, 96, alongside. The third row, 48, SL Racing with Cosmic Engineering, alongside the number 1 car, which is Fig-Gam Motorsport. Sorry, it's getting very small, the writing here. And so the number 1 car is Fig-Jam Motorsport. Then we have the fourth row, 13, Super Schnecker, and 18, Team Gadget Racing. The fifth row, number 7, Rosie Wolfen Racing alongside ECAS Hansgrohe, number 15. Sixth row is 72, Hollis Motorsport, 33, Team ECAS. The seventh row is 77, Daymax, and 40, Blueberry Muffins. The eighth row, 82, Regimental Racing, and 35, Blueberry Tarts. And on the back row, 25, Rilly Racing. And then when we go to the C1s, we have 396 SCR, 586 WRC Developments, 14 Emax Motorsport, 463 Emax Motorsport 2, and 306 Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing. So we've got some great names taking part in this race. So the field is now just coming around a quorum. Cars are getting ready to come out of Murray's. We're going to have a start very, very shortly, and cars are now approaching. Remember, they're in two sets, two sections. The first half of the two CVs, then the second group of 5 of C1s. So everyone in a nice orderly pattern. Crisis at Tête Rouge and Lion together, and away we go as the lights go out. And a good start from Lion on the outside. We're getting 3 abreast at the moment as they head into the first corner at Riches. And as they go out of our sight and head around Wilson and Williams, I can see them on the TV screen. And now they're heading down towards the bridge. They're onto the straight. We should be able to see the tops of the cars, yeah, just about actually. We can just see them as they head down towards the bridge, and the C1 grid starts now. And heads into Riches, so both sections of the race are underway. Coming through the bomb hole at any moment. They're going to the bomb hole now, and we'll be heading back into our site at Coram. And it's a Lion car in the lead. Lions are first and third, with Crisis at Tete Rouge sandwiched in between them. I can see the number 1 car in the distinctive Dayglow pink is somewhere around 5th position. And the car's now heading towards us to complete the first lap in this 24-hour race. And side by side, 92 and 97, so Crisis at Tete Rouge and Team Lion absolutely side by side as they head through. And big thank you to Lewis, who's just got the screen back on through wonderful technological expertise there. Well done, Lewis. Well, you press buttons with exemplary panache, mate. Okay, so we got one screen, that's the main thing. We've lost some of the closed circuit stuff, but that's moved up now into that one. So we've got Murray's on here, so that's okay. We can manage with that. And so, Crisis at Tete Rouge lead. Number 92, the gap was 0.065, very, very close between 92 and 97. And of course, as they say in endurance races, you can't win it on the first lap, but of course you can make up a real lot of ground on the first lap. So it is worth hazarding something, but it's a measured risk that you've got to take there on the first lap, because what you don't want to do is cause yourself grief and hobble the car for later on. So the cars now are moving down the straight, and the 2CV field have already reached Coram, and it's now the pole position man, Crisis at Tete Rouge, back into the lead. The 92 car, distinctive blue and green livery, and that's Brian Heary at the wheel of that car. So Brian Heary at the wheel of 92, and he had a third here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit back in April, so he knows what he's doing, but he is being pursued right up the exhaust pipe by the 97 car. And who is that? It's Pete Sparrow. Pete Sparrow in the 97 in second place. They are virtually bump drafting through Riches and then along to Williams, and we'll see in a minute just how they are as they come through Williams and then come down the straight. And obviously the C1s will be slowly but surely catching them as the 2CV field go down the Bentley straight. The C1 field comes past me, so they will eventually be on. Well, they are on the same lap now, but soon they will eventually be in amongst the tail end of the 2CV field. Just a bit more excitement for the backmarking 2CVs to contend with. The leading C1 is the SCR 396. We have 17 2CVs and we have 5 C1s. So the 2CVs are heading back into my view. We've got a group of 5, 6, 7, 8. Got a group of 9 basically. So that goes down to Team ECAS with Glenn Oswin at the wheel of that one, and they are making the running at the moment as they head up the start-finish straight and complete another lap. That's a group of 8, in fact, I miscounted. So it's back to Team Gadget. Glenn Oswin in the Team ECAS is slightly losing touch with the leaders as they head around Riches. Now what's going to happen in this race, of course, we can only talk to you over the public address until 6:30. At that point we've got to bid you good night, and our commentary will resume again in the morning at 9 o'clock. But there will be some coverage on, I think it's a streaming platform. If you look it up, you hopefully will be able to find some TV coverage when our commentary stops. At the moment though, it's Crisis Tete Rouge 92 in the lead. Brian Heary leading the field under real pressure from, well, it was Pete Sparrow, it's now John Harmer in Pork Pie Racing 96. The gap between first and second just 0.161 of a second. And the leaders have gone through and are now negotiating the Bentley straight once again. And out they come into Coram. This is lap number 4 that we're on. As we come along towards the start-finish line and the completion of 4 laps, and a superb slipstreaming octet of machinery goes through. The gap, the first gap, has formed between the 8th car and the 9th car. Fastest lap at the moment in the 2 CVs is, we have a 151.557, and that's to the credit of Team Archer's Lion. And that Team Archer's car, which is the 79 car, that is being driven by Ethan Sparrow, the nephew of Pete Sparrow. Almost said Jack Sparrow then. Another famous member of the Sparrow family. But it's Crisis at Tete Rouge who lead Pork Pie Racing and Team Lion. Team Archer's Lion are 4th, and at the moment they've achieved the fastest lap in the 2 series sections. Fastest lap overall of the race has gone to 3:06. Bertie's Bacon Baps, and they've done a 1 minute 45.452. And what's the gap between the lead C1? Oh, they're almost on the back of the number 82 Regimental Racing, so they will be starting to carve through the field before very long at all.
I don't really wanna feel this sick deep down inside of me. I don't know if this is what my life's about. The drowning empathy.
So we're on lap 6 now, and we are looking at the number 92 Crisis Tete Rouge, who
Second position, BRSCC, and well, we're in danger of that overtakes breaking into two groups with maybe a 4 or 5 group. Contesting the first bit, Archer's team line, Archer's line. Ethan Sparrow's got past his uncle into third place, Pete Sparrow dropping down into fourth. Then it's Joe Motorsport car with Sean Sidney's driving. Sean who won at Nokia. Second in the championship, means only goals to lose. Crispin has won 5 times, but Andrew Bull has been scoring consistent points.
It's Andy Bull's to lose. Nick Crispin has won 5 times, but Andrew Bull has been scoring consistent points since the start of the season, winning here at Snetterton, at Silverstone and Knock Hill. Those are Andrew Bull's wins, but Nick has won here, twice at Lyddon, twice at Knock Hill, so he's got the pound seats, if you like, or in terms of race wins, but not in terms of points. Now we've had a track limits warning, the first warning for car 463, which is Emax Motorsport 2, and this I think will be a feature of this race, the track limits experience, which won't be good for some people. Leading group go fast, and it is a group of 4 now, so a group of 4 for the lead. So that's line, so Pete Sparrow has come from 4th up into the lead. Brilliant job from Pete, gaining 3 places on that lap. Team Archer's line, his teammates are in 2nd with his nephew at the wheel, and it's Pork Pie Racing. Jonathan Harmer drops back to 3rd, and Brian here in the early leader on the 92 Crisis and Tech Rouge is back to 4th. Now, where are the C1s? They are led by number 14, which in fact is a City Car Cup entry. That's been driven by Simon Gardner. And Simon Gardner is in 10th overall, leading the City Car Cup C1 group. Carving his way through, it has to be said, lapping in the 145s, whereas the leaders in the 2CVs are lapping in the 151s. So he is basically 6 seconds a lap quicker than the fastest 2CVs.
And obviously we expected this to happen, we expected him to come through and get into the lead.
And obviously we expected this to happen, we expected him to come through and get into the lead. And that's just one of the challenges that the 2CV competitors will be facing, and the C1 competitors, because they've got to cut their way through the slower cars. But here comes the leading group, and it is Pete Sparrow from Ethan Sparrow. They're ahead of Pork Pie Racing, which is the 96, John Harmer at the wheel, and then Crisis at Tech Rouge. Those 4 have made a bit of a break now from the rest. SL Racing in 5th, Super Schnecker in 6th, Team Gadget in 7th, then comes the number 14. So the first of the C1s is up to 8th position overall. He's followed by the 306 and the 396, so that little group, that quintet of C1s and city cars making their way through the main field. leaders going down towards Nelson and Brundle, and there, menacingly heading towards Nelson, is the first of the C1s, which in fact is a triple C, if you like, a City Car, Cup car, and slightly quicker with slightly more modifications allowed than the C1s. So that is another BRSCC Championship, the City Car Cup, which is very popular, very competitive, and nice to see one of them in this 24-hour race. He is approaching Murray's now and approaching the lead group of 7. We are on lap 9 and we get to lap 10 with the 2CV still in the overall lead of the race. Well, here come the 2CV leaders in this very tight group. 4, 2 and then 18 on its own, ready to be picked off. It's like picking off the stragglers. The Team Gadget car is being overtaken by the number 14 Emax Motorsport. So Emax goes up into 7th place. Fastest lap of the race now in the hands of that Emax Motorsport car. Simon Gardner at the wheel. That's done a 1:44.841. And we're going to try a different pair of headphones in a minute, because in that way I hopefully eventually will be able to hear Lewis when he goes down into the pit lane, whereas at the moment I can't hear anything through my headphones, but Lewis assures me that he can hear me, so that's the main thing. Okay, I can hear myself now, so can you hear me? It's just checking that you can hear me. Brilliant, we are all systems go then. Well done, Lewis, you're a star. So it was the headphones that we had a problem with, because the box seems to be functioning okay, and Right, so we are in business again. And as we suspected, it's now 11 laps completed, and car number 14 is in the lead of the race overall, the Emax Motorsport. Simon Gardner at the wheel in number 14. And in second place, it's the 306, Bertie's Bacon Baps, making up 4 places on that lap to get themselves into second place. So the leading 2CV now is in third, and that is the Lion team with Pete Sparrow at the wheel. And then in fourth place, second in the 2CV section, is the 79 Team Archers Lion with Ethan Sparrow, the nephew, at the wheel of that one at the moment. Prices at Hetridge are in 5th in 92, and then there's another C1, the 396 SCR car behind them. So Lewis will be around. Lewis, we found someone to interview. I'm hoping he can hear me now, because I can hear down the mic. So as we suspected, it's now a question of the C1s in their quintet at the head of the field, with Simon Gardner in the leading number 14. From the 306, the 396, the 586 and the 463. So obviously we've had a few changes, because I don't think that the 306 originally were called Bertie's Bacon Baps. So it's nice that they've thought about changing their title. Obviously one of our concerns is what's going on exactly with the 2CVs, and for 6th place overall, which we expect to be the sort of position they're in, with 5 C1s. It's not guaranteed that they will all last, of course. 24 hours is a long time. But you have the spectre of accidents, apart from the worry about mechanical healthiness. And it's Pete Sparrow at the head of the 2CV field, number 97. The Paul Pye Racing car in second, which has just gone back up to second in 96. He is only 0.3 of a second behind Pete Sparrow, and he's now done a lap in the 150s. So that's the quickest time. He's just done that. It's very honest lap. 150.599. So John Harmer, quickest 2CV out there. Second place in the 2CV group. And he's ahead of the Team Archers Lion car with Ethan Sparrow at the wheel. I think they're probably thinking of doing about an hour before they change. PSL timing, if when we finish you want to follow the race, you can do that through TSL timing. Nothing else, you will be able to get the live timing from them. One of the things they have got is they do seem pretty quick at picking up who is driving what. So as long as the team lanes are so long that you don't have room on the line for it, as in Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing, because you can't actually see who's at the wheel of that. We know we were told earlier on. Well, that's going to be Ollie Fowler at the wheel of that car to start off with. And so once we start seeing pit stops, we can sort of work out who is where. Lewis Beals is down in the pit lane. He'll be interviewing various people about how things are going. And at the moment it's the heavy hitters in the 2CV. Pork Pie Racing has now moved up on that last lap. John Harmer moving back up into the lead of the 2CVs. Now of course no longer in the lead of the race overall. But he is there. 6th place overall, but in the lead of the 2CV section. And he has set the race's fastest lap so far for the 2CVs, that 150.599. The fastest C1 time is number 14, that's 144.841. So we are looking at approaching 6 seconds a lap quicker. Much more modern C1s than the venerable 2CVs.
Tony.
Lewis, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I've recovered.
Oh, good. Well done.
Anyway, so I think I just overcome. I think I had a rush of blood to my head fixing the Texas stuff up there. But anyway, yes, talking about pit stops. Right. From information I can gather, roughly the 2CVs will do 1 hour 20, 1 hour 25. Sorry, 2 hours 20, 2 hours 25. And the C1's much the same. The maximum driving time is 3 hours. So that's the idea is to do a stint. If you're behind the pace car, every 2 laps behind the pace car gives you 1 lap of racing speed. So obviously the pace car, the maximum fuel on a 2CV, the tanks are 25 litres, and then you've got the filler necks, which you can probably get a litre or a litre and a half, maybe 2 litres. So you might say you get a maximum of 27. It's much the same sort of thing with the C1s. They run 35 litres tanks, but prior to the start, I could see them out the back jacking the cars up, so they put them on an angle so they can get a couple of extra litres in. So the C1s most of the C1s went to the grid with 37 on board, not 35, and they'll do 2 hours 20 as well. So the pit stops will happen roughly 7:30, 7:15, 7:30, when we will be here.
Right, so okay, thanks for that wonderful investigating you've done there, Lewis. So 2 hours, between 2 hours, 2 hours 20 minutes, something like that, we would be expecting the first pit stop. Anything before that would indicate a problem. So Pete Sparrow at the wheel, Lyons now back in the lead of the 2CVs. John Harmer moves down to second in class, so the 97 and the 96 swapping positions quite regularly. And here they come, past us. A little bit of prompt drafting there. Pete Sparrow becoming very intimate there with John Harmer on the blue 97 machine as they head into Riches. Obviously, if you slipstream at the right time, you can, working together, you can get more speed, basically. And so that's what they're doing at the moment. And a fast 2CV time, definitely in the 150s. We've had only a couple of cars, 4 in fact, 2CVs into the 150s. The rest are 151s or slower. So Pork Pie Racing, John Harmer came through. 48, he's getting a black and orange warning flag for bodywork. So a bodywork problem with the SL Racing with Cosmic whatever, they are in 12th, but they're getting a black and orange. Now you have to come in on a black and orange.
Tony, I can tell you, you're absolutely right. Two of the scrutineers walking down the pit lane, so I'm following them. So we'll see. Who was it again?
48. So it's the SL Racing.
Oh, SL Racing, yes.
Yeah, with Cosmic something. So
one of the top boys.
Well, yeah, Cosmic Engineering. So they're looking up for them and let us know. I'm just going to have a word with Katie.
Tell me, do you know which pit they're in on this label list? No, Tony's having it right. Not really sure which one SL Racing is in. I've mislaid my list. I will see if it's down here. Is that in the seat there? No. Probably left it in the comms box. There we go. We'll have to go back in the comms box and put the list up. Yeah, bit analogue that. But does suffice. It's not in the other pockets, so sadly can't find out which carriage they're in.
Okay, just talking to Katie Story, who is going to be sometime a driver herself, of course, but he's going to be taking over at about 6:30 when the PA stops around the circuit. It will be going out over the radio, and she'll be doing that, and there'll be some live stream pictures going out, so you'll be able to access that until 10 o'clock. So that will last till 10 o'clock. Obviously, TSL will be going through the night, so you can still access the screen that I've got here, which tells us who's where, what the times are, how many pit stops they've done, and so on. So you can still be in touch with the race right through the night, but obviously it decreases, and then in the morning, 9 o'clock, the PA comes on again. We'll be back, and it can resume until the end of the race at 5 o'clock. So that's how it's going to work. So at the moment we've got 50 minutes until the PA goes off, so we're okay at the moment. We can still talk to you and tell you stuff, and Katie and her colleague are going to be operating one from the main box, and one Katie's going to go down and do Lewis's job and chat to people in the pit lane. Okay, so basically we're looking at lap 20 now that we're on, so That's pretty impressive that we're on to lap 20 with number 14 Emax in the lead and 306 Bertie's Bacon Baps in second place. 586 in third, that's WRC Developments, and then in fourth it's 396, which is SCR, and in fifth 463, which is Emax 2. Then in sixth place, and the first of the two CVs, is number 97, that's the Lion team, Pete Sparrow at the wheel of that. In second place it's 96, which is Pork Pie Racing, John Harmer at the wheel of that one. In third it's 79, Tim Archer's Lion, Ethan Sparrow is driving that. And in fourth place it's 92, which is Crisis in Tete Rouge, with Brian Heary at that. Fifth place in 2CV is Super Schnecker, and that is the number 13, and that's Callum Grant, the Formula Ford champion, who is driving that car, so he's going very well, as you would expect. Sixth place is number 18, which is Team Gadget, and Tom Perry is driving that. Tom has had quite a bit of success this year in the Sprint Championship, and just to check on my notes, yeah, he had a fourth here at Snetterton earlier in the year. That was a 300 circuit. Seventh place it's Fig Jam Motorsport, that is the reigning champion, although it's Sean Sibley at the wheel of that car, which he shares with Nick Crispin, and he's already won with Nick at the Knockhill Enduro. In eighth place it's Rosie Wolford Racing, number 7, Mick Story, who's Katie's dad, at the wheel of that one, so she'll be cheering him on when she takes over. And in ninth place it's number 15, which is Icas Handgrower, and that's Charles Owen driving that one. In 10th place in the two CVs, which means it's 15th overall, is Team Icas, and that is Glenn Oswin at the wheel of that one. So there you go, that's the top 15 cars in the race, including the top 10
Tony.
two CVs. Lewis.
Yeah, I'm down here with Gary 17. Got my paperwork back. Neil Savage driving the 48 car, the SL car, the Cosmic Racing, but he's got a big piece missing out of the wrong end front wheel, and at the moment they're bleeding brakes. I wonder whether there's a coalition between bleeding brakes and damaged bodywork. What do you think, Chris?
It might be a good indication of what happened, yes.
Yes. Anyway.
The front pack is always quite tight for the first 20 minutes, so a little touch on another car it's very easy to damage one of those fiberglass wings, so you can't really speculate.
Well, I'm talking to Chris Toby. Chris, how's things looking?
We seem to be going all right so far. We lost an engine on Friday in testing, which was a little bit of a downer because that was our favourite engine, but the one that's in the car seems to be going well, and we're circulating still after 20 minutes, so we're happy.
So what's the long-term plan?
Keep the car on the track.
Yeah, I know. You're the ace at that, I hear.
I just like to keep it smooth, keep the car between the white lines, stay off the curbs, and drive at a quick but sensible pace to not break the car. That is the rule number one.
Yeah, two-time winner, I believe.
We are indeed. It'd be nice to do 3, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, I work out it's either you, Sparrow, or who's the other one who's won it? You, Sparrow. Oh, Gadget won it 1 year, didn't they?
Gadget won, Tete Rouge. Good.
No, since you've come back, it's only been you, Sparrow, and Gadget.
Oh, okay, yeah.
From what I remember, Paul hasn't. He's been the bridesmaid several times, hasn't he? You're smiling, I can tell.
But this year might be the year.
Yeah, but you had a really good run last year, except you lost. You had the wheel problem, didn't you? Breaking. I think it was the rim broke, wasn't it?
No, we had a few little. The under tray kind of fell off the bottom of the chassis. It popped all the rivets off. We had a few small issues that kind of just cost us too much time. But fourth was a really good result considering what the car was before last year. Fourth was a fantastic result last year.
So you can hope to go get on the podium at least.
A podium would be lovely. That's what we always come to strive for, isn't it?
Yeah, big smile on your face. I think you're the dark horse, actually. Nothing to say. Okay, so that's Chris Toby, one of the Super Schenken. And oh, look there. Hey Chris, is that your car? Is that your car, by the way? As I'm pointing out, right behind, and taking all the draft you can get.
It's where he's told to be, on the back of the pack, keeping it safe.
Do you know what? That's what I actually thought. Yeah. Callum Grant behind the wheel at the moment. Thanks, guys. Anyway, what I've been talking, the 48 car has gone out. Hopefully it's got brakes now, but it didn't replace the front right wing, which was quite badly damaged. Anyway, back to you, Tone.
Right, thanks very much, Lewis. And yep, still with this battle going on at the head of 2CVs, Port Pro Racing in 96 have now grasped the lead again. Just 0.3 of a second ahead of Team Archer's Lion. Ethan Sparrow at the wheel of that one. So we've got Team Lion, Pete Sparrow now back to third in that group, ahead of Crisis at Tetluge and Super Schnecker. So we're now on lap 25, and gap between the leaders, the 14 Emax and the 306 Bertie's Bacon, is 6.5 seconds. So the 14, which is, as I said, a City Car Cup, City Car, yeah, you get this right, City Car Cup, that's it, City Car Cup car, and that is slightly more modified than the C1. There are C1s in the City Car Cup, and they're allowed then to have just a few more modifications, just to give them a fraction of a second per lap quicker. I don't think it's whole seconds basically, but and if you look at the times, the quickest C1, the Bertie's Bacon Baps, has done a 1:44.6, whereas the Triple C car has done a 1:44.3. So you know, it is only fractions of a second, but they all add up, particularly in a 24-hour race. So Simon Simon Gardner moving away and getting more and more space between himself and the number 306 as he goes on. So the Bertie's Baps car, as I think I've mentioned, is being driven by Ollie, isn't it? Yeah, Ollie Fowler is in 306. I think I might write down Bertie's Baps because they weren't aware of that name when they started. It is Baps Racing. Alright, Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing. So let's get the right name, I think. Bertie's Bacon Baps in second place with the 306. Okay, WRC are next with the 586, and then it's SCR and MX2. And the gap between the slower of the C1s and the quickest of the 2CVs is now 1 lap. They're basically a whole lap ahead of the 2CVs. So that's how the discrepancy works. 150 the quickest time for the 2CVs, and the slower of the C1s are 145.8. So 5 seconds even between the slowest C1 and the quickest 2CV. So that's why that gap has opened up. 1 lap between the 463 and the 96. Pork Pie Racing leading the 2CVs, and that car with John Harmer at the wheel. Chris and Jenny Hall will be taking that over together with Mark Noiro, and looking at the details I've got for that 96 car, based on the current season, they only completed in one sprint round last year, and they did this race. So Chris was hoping to be a more regular competitor this year in the 96. And now let me see if I can see what he's achieved so far. They've not actually bothered the top 6 so far in the sprint championship this year, but he's joined by his daughter Jenny and Mark Noiro, and also by John Harman, who is driving it very effectively at the moment and leading the class. And Chris is a previous chairman of the club, so hoping to achieve a podium again this year. Well, that could well be possible, because certainly in John Harman they've got a sort of secret weapon there, and he is leading the 2CV section. He's done the fastest 2CV, oh no he hasn't, fastest 2CV lap is actually Fig Jam Motorsports, that's Sean Sidney, in the number 1 car, 7th in the 2CV section at the moment. He's managed to do a 150.425, so that's the only car in the 150.4s, the only 2CV. So Sean Sidney has started to, well, he's gone very quickly. Now when did he do that? Lap 24, and we're now on lap 27, 28, so only recently he seems to be speeding up. He's gained a place, he's moved past Team Gadget, and he is now 6th in fact in the 2CV section. So Fig Jam, certainly worth looking at. Sean Sidley at the wheel at the moment, but he is being co-driven by the man who's 2nd in the championship, the reigning champion Nick Crispin, who's won 5 times already this season, and James Darciel. So that's a strong team. And remember, Lewis, with his O-level mathematics, worked out that it's more advantageous to have a 3-car group rather than a 4-car group, a 4-driver group, because of the pit stop timings and everything else. So, and that is a 3-driver team, that car, the one I was just telling you about, the car number 1. The Pork Pie Racing car, the 96, that is actually a 4-driver team. There are some 5-driver teams in this. And it's Pork Pie in the lead. Team Archer's Lion 79 are 2nd. That's Ethan Sparrow at the wheel of that car. That is only a 3-driver team. So again, and Ethan did say earlier on when Lewis interviewed him, he was looking forward to it being a 3-driver team. Obviously you get more driving if there's only 3 of you rather than if there's 4 of you. And that team Ethan Sparrow, Sam Archer and Martin Ryman. Now, Ethan, we know about, but basically just to remind you, he has won once. That was at Silverstone this season. He's third in the championship. Sam Archer has had a fourth at Knock Hill. He's seventh in the championship. Martin Ryman is a very accomplished ex-Fiat racer. He was Fiat champion a few years ago. So that three-driver team, and again very experienced Team Archer's Lion, who are my second at the moment in the 2CV section. Crisis and Tete Rouge are third. That's car number 92, and that's Brian Heary who is driving that car at the moment. That's a four-car team, and he shares with Nick Rhodes, Ian Gibbon and Andrew Ball, key player there if you like is Andrew Ball, because he is leading the championship, and basically he's had 3 wins so far. Snetterton 300, Silverstone and Knock Hill. And we're talking about the 92 machine, Crisis at Tete Rouge. So yeah, Nick Rhodes has had a 5th at Knock Hill, Brian Heary's had a 3rd here at Snetterton, Andrew Ball's had 3 wins. So that's a very experienced and successful team. And as I say, they have 4 drivers to call on. And of course you have got the other added advantage, I suppose, with 4 drivers, is that you get a bit more downtime, you get a bit more rest time. So 3 drivers, it's fairly in your face. With 3 drivers, you don't get a lot of downtime. Now we've had a track limits first warning. This is for number 306, Bertie's Bacon Babs. I've got their first warning for turn 8. Now turn 8 is Murray's, and so they've been warned about track limits. You get too many of them, you start to get stop-go penalties and then stop and hold penalties. So it can be very frustrating in an endurance race, particularly because you have to come into the pits and go out the pits, so you lose time. If, for instance, you get a 30-second stop and hold, it is not just 30 seconds you lose, because you lose time coming into the pits and going out of the pits. And you often see, maybe partly a product of drivers' frustration, but they get a stop and hold penalty, and 2 laps later they get another one because basically they've come into the pit lane or gone out of it too quickly. So they get one for speeding in the pit lane. So penalties breed penalties. And did I hear Lewis's mic? No, obviously he's still researching stuff in the pit lane. The car that is 5th in 2CV is Super Schnecker, number 13. That's being driven at the moment by Callum Grant, the historic Formula Ford champion. Very accomplished single-seater driver is Callum Grant, also races in Classic Formula Ford 2000. And that's a 5-driver team, sharing with Ian Pearson, Stuart Zemelis, Chris Tovey and Alex Cockrell. Stuart Zemelis, who was a karting champion some years ago and also drove in Formula Ford, car 13. Chris Tovey's had a 4th at Silverstone this season, so they haven't got an illustrious record this season, but they've got some experience in a wide variety of racing, so it's not surprising that they are up in 5th position at the moment. And then in 6th, I've spoken about Figjam Motorsport, number 1. Team Gadget are 7th. Tom Perry driving that car. That's a 4-driver team. Simon Clark, Nicholas Home and James Moorfield are sharing that one. And Simon Clark's had a couple of 5th places so far this season, lies 5th in the championship. Tom Perry had a 4th at Snetterton earlier on this year. Nicholas Home had a 4th at Midden Hill. So they are the team with some form in terms of the current season and what they've been doing. Leading group of 2 CVs go through. John Harmer now back in the lead in the 96 from Team Archer's Lion, 79, and then Team Lion itself 97 in third. Waiting for number 7 to come through, which is Team Rosie Racing. Mixed story at the wheel of that one at the moment, sharing with Julie Wolford, Steve Wolford and Nick Clark. And that number 7 car going well at the moment. Julie Wolford's had a 5th at Silverstone. Steve Wolford at 3 6th places at the moment he's had. So again, some success in the top 6 this season. That's a 4-driver team. ECAS Handgrower are holding their own. They're in 14th overall. They've moved up 1 place since I last told you about them. Charles Owen driving that car, sharing with Roy Eastwood and Max Wire. So a 3-car team. Roy Eastwood, of course, is a long time 2CV campaigner. And then in 15th it is Team ECAS, the other Team ECAS car, which is the 33. Glenn Oswin driving that, sharing with Matthew Arrowsmith Brown, Howard Wright and Martin Sunderland. And 33, Howard Wright had a 5th at Lytton Hill earlier in the season and lies 10th in the championship. So we are coming up to the 1 hour mark, 23 hours 1 minute and 52 seconds to go. So I think I'm going to make a note of positions at this point, because we'll be off in about half an hour and then we'll hand over to Katie's team. As I say, we'll continue on the radio, but no longer on the circuit PA. You can follow on the radio and you can also follow on TSL, where you can often actually get the commentary through TSL, which obviously is the radio feed, so you should be able to do that okay, but you'll certainly be able to get the timing screens. I was trying to check 21st and 22nd place, but the remote doesn't seem to want to play ball. I think it was a wrong one. Let's try again. But we've got 2 TVs in here, and the problem is if you press one, you sometimes alter the other one, right? So the last 2 cars are 48 and 35. So the Blueberry Tarts, who are hoping for some success and to beat the Muffins, at the moment they are down at the bottom of the standings. Slightly odd because Katie Mullins is at the wheel of that car. She wasn't on the original list. Catherine and Katie Mullins in the INGS, and she took part in the Extreme E series. She's a rally driver of some standing and some success. You see her most often these days as one of the pundits on the coverage of the eSport, the E-Prix series championship, which, as I mentioned earlier, very exciting news for all MSV fans, is moving to Brands Hatch next year. So 396 gets a track limits first warning. Again at Norwich, turn 8, that seems to be the place where they are most likely to run wide. And so 396, that's SCR. Ollie Hanslow at the wheel of that at the moment. That is 4th in the race. that has now got a first track limits warning. Now there are some series, I think it's a 24-hour GT3, where I think when you change drivers it gets cancelled out. I'm not sure that's the case here. Other series the warnings build up and you can get in the car and be on your first or second lap and then suddenly find you've got a stop and go penalty, which was none of your making at all. So sometimes that can seem a bit harsh. I was mentioning the blueberry muffins and blueberry tarts. Blueberry tarts has more or less always been a ladies' team, and they claim that one of their advantages is reliability and perhaps a little more mechanical sympathy, avoiding some of the macho moves maybe of their male counterparts. And often it's meant that the tarts have finished ahead of the muffins in the past, and they anticipate the usual friendly rivalry this year. At the moment things are not looking too good. So Katie, who's in the car at the moment, number 35, daughter of rally driver Chris Mullins, rally driver herself. She won the ladies' trophy of the European Rally Championship in 2016. Competes in Extreme E for Andretti United. She is a Red Bull Global Ambassador, TV personality. She's an ITV Formula E pundit and has co-presented the Goodwill Revival coverage and was the star of Katie's Amazing Machines in 2018. She and her father are very excited about the 24-hour race. So there we are, they're in Carriage 20, the Blueberry Tarts. I'm sure they will be back challenging the Muffins before too long. The Muffins are actually in 17th place, so they're doing quite well. Chris Yates at the wheel of car number 40. So I think probably the ambition of many of the not quite so fast teams may well be to finish in the top 15 in the race, the top 10 in the 2CV section. That would be a great achievement, because obviously there are 17 2CVs. So if you could get into the top 10, which at the moment would mean the top 15 in the race overall, that would be a real achievement. So at the moment, touch wood, we've not had too much mechanical problems. The leading competitors, I think the leading is number 14, the Max Motorsport car. That is on lap 37, slowly inching away from Bertie's Bacon Baps, who, remember, have got a track limits warning, and the gap is 7.633 seconds between first and second. Thank you to Frida, who has lent me the folder for the 2CV Championship, and also to the Blueberry Muffins and Blueberry Tarts, who produced an individual commentator's information sheet, very handy. Archer's Lion and Team 2CV Lion have produced a very glossy handout with coloured pictures of the car and themselves. Of course, a big thank you to George Broadhurst, who has put together a very glossy and well presented programme for the event. So it's still Pork Pie Racing who lead, the team which does come from Melton Mowbray, hence the name, home of the pork pie. Another father and daughter in this team, Chris and Jenny Hall. So they are leading at the moment. Their secret weapon, John Harmer, is doing the driving. Remember, Lewis found out that it would be between 2 and 2 hours 20 minutes, something like that, before we see any pit stops. So Katie will be down there reporting on that. Something like 7:30, no, 7 o'clock, 7:30, something like that. They will be expected to be making pit stops. No pit stops as yet, apart from the 48, and so that was the SL Racing, and yes indeed, as a result of that, they have fallen down to 21st. Now the only thing is that the Blueberry Tarts that I mentioned Katie Mullins, they are 16 laps behind SL Racing. Now SL Racing are only 7 seconds behind the car in 20th place, which is Really Racing in 25, and Craig Patrick at the wheel of that. So 48 have almost caught up their nearest competitor, but the Blueberry Tarts are a long way behind the 48 car. Now I don't know if Lewis is anywhere near Blueberry Tarts, but it would be interesting to find out what's happened to them, because it doesn't say that they're in the pits, but they are an awful long way behind the rest of the field. I hadn't spotted it because they are on a different page in the timing screen. I worry about being too profligate with the remote control, because then it might change the main screen and then I will be stuck. So if Lewis can hear me, if you've got any information Lewis, about car 35, the Blueberry Tarts, garage 20, they are seemingly a long way behind the rest of the field, which is a shame, because their yearly battle with Blueberry Muffins at the moment, it's not going their way. Now we've got a first track limits warning for a 2CV, and that's car 72, which is Hollis Motorsport. It's Paul Mason at the wheel of that, and from turn 1, so going through Riches, they have now incurred a warning, a track limits warning. So we've seen track limits warnings for a few of the C1s, but this I think is the first warning I've noticed for a 2CV. So the 72 car, Patrick Mason, Matthew Hollis, Richard Hollis and Glenn Burtonshaw share that car. Glenn Burtonshaw's been racing these cars for a long time, so have the Hollises. Glenn Burtonshaw used to race Legends at one point. Citroën was sponsored by Vegetarian Shoes at one point as well. So a note about the Blueberry Muffins, car owned by Chris Yates, who's driving the car at the moment. He loves sharing with different drivers each year. He's being filmed by the Discovery Channel. So there you go. He'll be famous. The Hollises, who are a regular at both sprints and the 24 hours, Matthew and Richard are brothers. Seem to remember their dad used to race as well. They're down in 13th place in the 2CV section at the moment. And the car in 11th in the 2CV, the 77, the Daymax car. It's a new team on the grid, although the car raced last year and is certainly competitive. And I think they too have a bit of a secret weapon in their driving lineup. Robin Ward in the car at the moment, Alberto Solera, and then the third member of the team, Nigel Greensall. Now, as Lewis was reminding him earlier on, we were commentating at Silverstone, I think not last year but the year before, and in the MRL meeting, the Motor Racing Legends meeting, and in the course of one morning into the afternoon, Nigel and John Spears won 4 races. I think there were 5, maybe 6 races in all during the day, but Nigel Greensall won 4 of them, so in different cars obviously. That was a major achievement. But he races all over the place, races in America, races big powerful sports cars, AC Cobra Daytonas and things. So he, I'm sure, will be someone to watch. I saw him in a meeting the other day racing in a it's interesting, he was racing in the Fun Cup last weekend, but also he was racing the BMW I think a couple of weeks before that. So always up for some racing is Nigel. So Lewis is going to find out about car 35, garage 20, see what's happened to them, because they're some 11 laps behind the next competitor. So Katie Mullins obviously lost a lot of time somewhere. Meanwhile, Team Archer's Lion 79 have taken a turn in the lead of the two CVs. And the quickest 2CV, number 1, Sean Sidley, has got down to a 149.7. The only 2CV in the 149s. So great effort by Sean. And he did that just a couple of laps ago. They're on lap 43. He did that at the completion of lap 40, 149.701. His latest lap is also in the 149s. And the gap between himself and Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92, is just 6.678 seconds. So that number 1 car, Sean Sidley, the driver, hasn't changed, but he is moving very quickly. So definitely one to look out for there, Sean Sidley in the number 1 car. But Team Lion pairing have taken over at the top. Team Archer's Lion are in the lead of the 2 CVs. Team Lion are second, so 79 leads 97, so Ethan leads Pete Sparrow. John Harmer in the 96 Paul Pye is back into 3rd position. It's Crisis at Tete Rouge, and Fitcham Motorsport now up into 5th place. Sean Sidley.
Tony.
Yeah.
All is revealed.
Yeah,
Katie had to come in after a few laps because change engines. A rocker stud broke. I have to say, I was seeing I did see an engine in the adjacent pit being worked on some while after that. So it was being stripped. So that's the first engine change. And that was for the Blueberry Tarts. So 35 has already had an engine change. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that engine change. We wondered because they're 11 laps behind the car in front of them, so we knew something pretty serious must have happened, and that explains it. So
we have to apologise because that's when we were having techie issues, weren't it?
I think so. Yeah, we were engrossed in our own struggles with the screen and the headphones. So,
because if you at the time you couldn't hear what was going on, and therefore I couldn't work in the pit lane because we'd be talking over each other.
Yep.
Not very professional. So anyway, fingers crossed. We've cured the problem. We can exchange, and it was during that time. So my apologies to everyone. We missed that, but to trying to get the techie issues solved, we think there's a broken wire somewhere. But I haven't got an electric meter out to find it. Anyway, back to you, Tom.
Yeah, as you say, electrical problems, particularly with cars, are always very difficult to find. The sort of thing you go into the garage with and then it doesn't do what it was doing, and you look a bit silly as you stand there and the mechanic says, well, it seems to be working now. And electrical issues always unwelcome, let's put it like that. So we are approaching 6:30. Before too long we will have to suspend any commentary over the PA, and Lewis and I will pack up and we will let Katie Story and co take over. And we will return in time for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So before we do go, I'll just run you through the the positions as they are at the moment, with 47 laps completed. Number 14 leads Emax Motorsport. They've got a 14, almost 15 second lead over 306, which is Bertie's Bacon Baps. Then a fairly massive 28 seconds further back is 586 WRC Developments. In fourth place it's 396, which is SCR, who are 30 seconds behind them. And then some 7.5 seconds further back is 463 Emax Motorsport 2. We then come to sixth place and the leading 2CV, Team Archer's Lion, Ethan Sparrow at the wheel. They have done 45 laps, and a mere 0.1 of a second behind them is Team Lion, 97, with Pete Sparrow at the wheel. 0.3 of a second behind them is 96, Portwire Racing, with John Harmer driving that car, and then a second behind them, 92, Crisis at Tete Rouge, Brian Healy at the wheel. Those four have been at the sharp end since the start of the race, which is virtually an hour and a half ago now. In fifth place it's number 1, Fig Joe Motorsport, Sean Sidley at the wheel of that. He has done the fastest lap of the race, the only 2CV in the 49s at the moment. Sixth place it's Super Schnecker with Callum Grant at the wheel. Then it's Team Gadget Racing, and it's number 18, Tom Perry at the wheel of that one. In eighth place it's Rosie Wolford, number 7, and that's got Mick Story driving it. In ninth place it's Ika's Handgrower with Glenn. Now let me get this right. Number 9, number 15 is Giles Owen driving that. And then in 10th place, Team ECAS, the other Team ECAS car, and that has got Glenn Oswin at the wheel of that one. So that's your top 15 cars in the race, and I think now it's probably time for us to say goodnight to you, so that the PA can be turned off, and over the radio very shortly you'll hear Katie Story.
Gadget Racing struggling all weekend, unfortunately, but they're going and consistent, which is good. Lap times are looking fairly decent, with Rosie Walford in 8th. Team ECAS with Glenn Oswin at the wheel at the moment in 9th. SL Racing in P10. Regimentals sitting in 11th, and a Hansgrohe ECAS car in 12th. With Really Racing, the love story of the grid, I'm sure a lot of people would agree. In 13th, Blueberry Muffins, and D-Max down in 15th at the moment. So it's been an entertaining start to the 24-hour, I must say. It's nice that we've got such a close fight at the front between. There's 5 cars at the front, which is fantastic, and obviously Super Track has just backed off a little bit there. But we're starting to transfer into the sort of the dusk time. You've got the sun coming down, all the shadows are starting to creep across the track, and starting to lose light. But excitement will carry on into the darkness, I'm sure, as we keep circulating around the track. If you have got anything to say, jump into the YouTube live stream. We'll be happy to see any of your comments. We'll read them out. We've got Katie down in the paddock roaming around as well, so you'll see her a few times through the stream. I'm not going to be here too long. I'll probably be here for an hour or two before I have to jump.
Hello, so as Seb says, I am down here in the pit lane. We are expecting cars to be starting to make their first pit stops, planned pit stops first. We know quite a few cars have been in already. Before we go to that, we just want to give a shout out. I will read this from my phone so I'll make sure I get it correct. We're really excited to bring the Classic CCV Racing Club to Motorsport Expo, and this is going to be happening soon. So for more than 30 years we've delivered close, competitive and affordable racing and one of motorsport's most distinctive cars. We compete at circuits including Snetterton, Mallory Park, Silverstone and Knock Hill, with our headlined by the iconic 24-hour race here at Snetterton. Come and meet us at the XL London and discover the cars, the racing and our welcoming paddock community. So that is the Classic GC Racing Club who will be going to Motorsport Expo this year, and we are very excited about that. Bully, who is currently leading the championship, will be having his car there, so we'll be able to go and see it. We'll pick back up with Seb just now and go and find some people to talk to as they come in for their first pit stops.
Obviously we've got static cameras at the moment, so you'll catch what you'll be able to catch there. But if you want to keep an eye on your favourite C1, you can jump onto the TSL timing app and you can keep a track on them. You can get the live driver tracker up as well. Keep an eye on whereabouts they are on the track as well, which is probably the best thing you can do at the moment in order to keep track of the C1s. When we reopen with commentary and the moving cameras tomorrow morning, you'll be able to get a better idea of what's going on at the front. But so far it's WRC Developments in the C1s leading the sort of the C1 Enduro pack, and then we've got the Emax Motorsport, the City Car Cup leading overall today. But still Fig Jam and Line trading places for the two CVs. Just sort of trading places each lap. I think they're working together really, just pushing along. As I see them go past me now, just ahead of the commentary box into turn 1. And they pulled a bit of a gap to Team Archer's Lion Crisis behind as they come in. And I can see the pork pie car in the pits now. And the 9th and the 79 car as well, I think, is coming into the pits, as well as the Gadget car as well. So the pit action is well and truly underway as we hit just over the 2-hour mark As you can see in your screens, we've got Fig Jam down in the pits, and the 79 is there as well. And I think the gadget car's actually disappeared into its garage, from what I can see. Not quite as clear as I'd like, but I'm sure if anything's happening down there, KT will show us. We've got the live screen there showing the pork pie pit stop. But Fig Jam and the 97 line car still heading the pack at the moment. Pork Pie Racing down in the pits, and they're dropping through. They're all going to drop through the pack, but after all of the pit stops have happened, obviously that'll reshuffle. You get a clearer picture once everyone has made their first stops of the race as we head into the third hour. An eye down on the Pork Pie Racing car. I'm not sure if they've got an issue down there, if they're just doing some routine maintenance, but they've got the bonnet up. There's a few heads inside the car at the moment. Doesn't look like too much of a panic. Bonnet closes. No, it's open again. But no panic from what I can see. Just some controlled analysis of the issues that are going on there. And I can also see there's a C1 in the pits as well. That is, I can't see the number from here, I'm afraid, guys. But yeah, the action's starting to kick off down in the pit lane, and I'm sure we'll see many more cars in over the next sort of 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. It all depends on how much drafting you've done, really, because
Yeah. Oh, can I talk to you about the car?
You can if you want.
So we are down at Pork Pie. As Seb said, there is a bit of an issue. The bonnet was down, they were ready to go, and now they seem to be taking the fan off. Colin, do you know what's going on here?
Well, it's obviously a fan problem. What it is, alternator fan or one of those things. You just have to try and chase the problem and try and get the bottom of it.
The car.
The team itself, I'm proud of them.
I was going to say the car is doing fantastically.
Yeah.
Really hung on there and was in the leader at one point as well. So
John's done a wonderful job, but the team itself are doing great. The organisation is working well. This car's I built this car about 10, 12 years ago, and obviously it's been through all the different phases of improvement, but it's still going strong, so I'm pleased.
brilliant, thank you, thanks so much. So hopefully the pork pies will be out soon enough. It's still early days in the race, but they are doing fantastically well. Jenny Hall is in the car and ready to go, so as soon as they have fixed this problem, she'll be back out there ready to chase the sun.
out onto the track just behind the lead duo of Sean Sidley and Pete Sparrow. Unfortunately, Pork Pie car still in the garage as well. Other pit stoppers will come out. I think at this point it's just sort of Team Archer's line that we're looking to make places under these pit stops for the guys that were sort of around them. Because I think now the Pork Pies are getting wheeled into the pits, which is unfortunate to see. But we do have a nice slick pit stop from the Rosie Walford car, checking things over, and they'll be out shortly as well. I can now see quite a few drivers getting ready and pulling out into the pit lane, waiting for their chariot to arrive and do their driver swap. And Team Archer's line up now into third as they jump the guys that have pitted slightly later, a lap down on the guys ahead of them. But of course, they've made their pit stop, so it'll be interesting to see if they can make up some time. I'm not sure who's in the car. I think it might be Sam Archer at this point who is driving the Team Archer's line. He's done the sprint series or the sprint championship in that car all year and done a spectacular job, I must say. He's really come along all year, every race, improving, some fantastic driving at Knock Hill as well. There was a titanic battle between Sam and George Broadhurst, I think, at Knock Hill, which kept a lot of people smiling, so it's good to see Sam out there circulating at a decent pace. As I can now see the E-Class car and the 77 passing us by as well. Everyone looks settled. Pit stops look like they're going to plan at the moment. We've got another C1 in as well, but that fight at the front as oh, that's the 97 has come into the pits now, so that's 97 Pete Sparrow coming from P2. He's the first to stop out of those two, so Fig Jam really able to make that fuel last, even though they had to push quite hard in the earlier stages to catch up back to the front. So that's fantastic to see. I wonder how far Fig Jam can go on the other cars, because they must be one of the last to pit out of that lead pack, as Pete Sparrow and the Lion team ready to go. And Pork Pie have released themselves from the garage, which is fantastic to see. A long stop, but hopefully they've got everything sorted. As I think that might be Jenny Hall leaving. I couldn't quite see the helmet from here. But we can see them, and Rosie Walford released from the pits as well. So it'd be nice to see where they come out. Super Schnecker in the pits as well. Rosie Walford out in P5 after their pit stop so far, but we see after a few rotations whether that settles in, and Super Schnecker now leaving the pits as well. Looks like a slightly longer stop than usual for the Lion car. I don't know if maybe they're just fueling up and I'm missing it. No, all action now as they head in, and now Fig Jam comes into the pit, so only a lap later, but they're now in, and they must be happy to see that the Lion car is still in the pits as they come in. So it will be fuel up for Fig Jam, and then a release, as I think Team Lion just waiting for that fuel to go in. So pit stops are going well by the looks of it. I can't see anyone else in. And in a few laps time, hopefully we will see where everyone sits afterwards. But we'll head back to the C1s and have a look and see how they're doing. Now the City Car Cup Emax Motorsport number 14 is currently in the pits serving a pit stop. And that's actually promoted to WRC Development's 586 car into the lead of the overall race for the moment. Emax Motorsports 3, the 463 car in third place or second place in their categories. Obviously the City Car Cup is in its own section, but we'll sort of count them towards the C1s because they're very, very similar cars, just a little bit feistier with those City Car Cups. And that is the Lion car back out onto the track now, and
So we're live in the pit lane again. I'm going to talk to John Harmer now, who's just got out of the 96 Pork Pie car. Now they were running in the top 4 very closely, and they're now down to 13th after some issues. So we'll go and find out what their problem was. We can have a look here while they're talking. If you have a little zoom in on the fan there, we'll just interrupt their team meeting. But hi, John.
Hello.
we'll come and have a look at the fan. Yeah. So you were excellent first stint. Obviously not the ideal first pit stop, but tell us what's kind of happened.
Well, yeah, it's a very, very good first stint. Just working with the 2 Lion cars to just try and tow away from Crisis. It was a bit leery, so no, it's okay. We could just stay with them, actually lead at some point, and yeah, no, very good. I got a headache in the end through just driving in fumes, so I led for a bit, and then Pete led for a bit, and I was so close to Pete just to try to tow away from the Crisis and 79 behind, which we kind of managed. But in the early parts of the bump drafting, I think that probably just pushed that mesh into the fan blade, took the edges off it. But that didn't do. I'm not sure what's happened with the alternator, because it had done something to the belt and the alternator wasn't charging, so maybe just some sort of failure, which is a shame. And I thought we might extend. We did a lot of work on fuel consumption, because a couple of last years we pulled in 15 minutes ahead of before the other leaders, and so we've done a lot of work on that, and we still came in ahead of them. And I ran out of fuel around Coram. I did think I wasn't going to make it in.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I did a couple of laps with 0.1 on the gauge, and then we had agreed to do 2 more. And I thought, do you know what? It's been on 0.1 for a while. I don't think it's reading accurate. I'll do 1 more, and then we were lucky to get in, actually. So
it's quite downhill from there, is it relatively, or it's still a scary moment?
Well, no, it's okay. It was just around Murray's. I was hoping the fuel might come back, because you've got to slow down for Murray's, right? And I thought, okay, it's not working when we're going around Coram. But let's hope it comes back when we go around Murray's, because you're sufficiently slow there. I would have been pushing it up the pit lane, I think.
Oh, glad you made it back, and the car's back out now, so hopefully you'll get back up there.
Yeah, thanks very much. Excellent, Steve.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Great, we'll go back up to Seb. Thank you.
good. Fantastic. We still have all of our 2CVs running. Everyone is still running at the start of the race, which is brilliant. I know we're only sort of 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race, but it's fantastic to see everyone's still circulating. And there's some battles throughout still, which is great. You normally see after the first few hours it sort of spreads apart and then it all comes back together and then it spreads apart and then by the end you've got a really close race again. But for the moment it seems that everyone's sort of paired up with someone. So some great racing all round, as I can see the Crisis Tech Rouge car moving around the corner now a little bit sideways as he straightens up the braking zone into the final corner of Murray's, and everyone's circulating fantastic. So after all of the pit stops have now settled down and everyone's in their own groove again, it is Fig Jam Motorsport leading the way with James Darciel piloting that car. We then have Team Line 97 with Gary Adnett at the moment in the car, and then the sister car, the Team Archer's Line, with Sam Archer, I believe, in the car there. I can't quite see the name of its cut off, but it begins with an S, and I'm pretty...
Hello, so we are down in Garage 2, which has the actual second place car in it. Ethan Sparrow has just got out of the car. Now, we spoke to you before the race. You've done your first stint. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. It was the first, very first, few moments, but tried to settle into a rhythm. But I was just sort of fighting oil temperature problems all the time, so I was trying to keep in the toe and keep out of it and keep the car happy and stuff, so there's a lot to manage.
Yeah, well done, Ethan. Thanks for talking to us again, and hopefully you get some rest before you're back in the car.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great, we'll go back up to Seb.
from the live stream on YouTube, and I just randomly stop or start talking to myself. That's because I've just seen Katie speaking and realised that no one can hear me, only to then realise that if you are listening to TSL you can still hear me mumbling away. But anyway, thank you very much for that, Katie. Ethan, very happy with his stick, so fantastic. Everything going really well. Still see, we got to Super Schnecker, didn't we, in P7, Team ECAS 33 car. Sunderland driving at the moment in P8, 2 laps down on the Super Schnecker at the moment. So the lap count is sort of starting to drift away, starting to see who's strong, who's losing out. We've got Hansgrohe, ECAS Hansgrohe down in P9, SL Racing Cosmic Engineering P10. They're just 28 seconds from the next car, so they'll push it to catch up to the Hansgrohe car. Blueberry Muffins. Now, there's a bit of a story here with Blueberry Muffins and the Blueberry Tarts. A ladies versus gentlemen sort of race in the team there. So we've got Blueberry Muffins and Blueberry Tarts as well, who are setting themselves the target of trying to beat the slightly more experienced guys who are running the other side of their garage as well. But at the moment, it is the Muffins that are leading the way in P11 in class, with Pork Pie Racing just behind them, Regimental Racing, Hollis Motorsport and Really Racing P15. Unfortunately, I can't see any further down than that, so unfortunately, yeah, the Tarts are lacking a little bit, but there's plenty of time left in this race for anything to happen. I'm sure that they will push until the very end. But it's a really interesting story if you are around the track and you have a look at what's going on in the Tarts area. I encourage you to go down. I won't get too close because it's very frantic in there. There's a lot going on, not frantic, but there's a lot going on. But go and have a look and see what's going on. It's very interesting, and there's a nice rivalry, story behind the Tarts and the Muffins. So that's something that we're watching closely over the 24 hour. Back to the top though, it's Fig Jam extending their lead a good half a second a lap faster at the moment than Gary Adnett in the 97. So Fig Jam obviously will be looking at pulling that gap over the next sort of the whole stint. I think James doing a fantastic job. If he can keep up this pace, then he's going to be pulling out some big chunks on the guys behind him. But notably, the Lions car, the Team Archer's Lion car, currently lapping just a little bit faster than Gary Adnett. I think he may be getting caught up in a bit of traffic, but the Team Archer's car chasing down their sister car. 21 seconds the gap between second and third, and then it says 1 lap for Fig Jam. It's got 1 lap. That's just the time that they've crossed the line in front of me. There we go. So 29 seconds between Fig Jam and Lion, and then it's a further 21 seconds from Lion and the second Archer's Lion car. So that could all start coming together with the lap times that we can see. But Fig Jam extending their lead. Crisis Tete Rouge also very, very quick. They're matching the leaders at the moment pretty much in lap time. So they'll be looking to close in on that podium fight ahead of them. There's so much that can be going on. There's so much that can be happening. And we've still got 21 and a half hours left of this race, and it just keeps evolving. The further in you get, the more exciting it gets. A lot of people sometimes see the 24 and they go, well, the start's great, the finish is great, but the middle bit can be a little bit dull. But if you're sort of inspired by it and you're here and you sort of get involved in all the stories, it can become a really, really incredible event to watch. And there's just so much going on. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this fight goes on. We could be looking at this timetable in 10 hours' time. Might be absolutely crazily different. Anything can happen, as we all know. Anything can happen in a 20-minute sprint, let alone a 24-hour race. But Fig Jam commanding the way at the moment. WRC Developments now in the pits in the C1's 586 car. As they extended a little bit longer than anyone else, and the City Car Cup obviously second overall at the moment. They're 1 lap down on the 586, but we'll see what happens after their pit stop. I hope they've not got anything wrong. Interesting story with the 586 is that they brought a car to the track. I think in practice or in testing, the car was rolled 3 times. I think it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, and they went, oh dear, what are we going to do about this? Drove halfway across the country, picked up another car, returned with the car, and then, you know, just casually put it on pole. Just a random car that I think I belonged to a friend or so. They went, just another car, not their car. Oh, we'll just put it on pole for fun. And now they are still in pole in the pits. We'll see what happens after the City Car Cups comes back round. But yeah, that's a brilliant little story, but just not giving up. And it's fantastic to see that. You've paid a lot of money to come to the race, so the fact that they were able to find another car and just turn up and do that was fantastic as well. Of the City Car Cup, exactly a little bit of a story, wouldn't it? City Car Cup versus the C1s. Obviously the C1 Endurance came first, and then I think someone went, that's a really good idea, let's do sprint racing with them and put some stiffer suspension on them racing. So there's 2 sides of the same coin there, really. I'll be interested to see who comes out on top there. I think the City Car Cup has the sort of outright pace over a lap. But we'll see. Obviously the enduro cars are made for endurance racing, so maybe this is their hunting ground, the 24 their hunting ground. But it's 586 currently still leading, even though they're in pits. The 14 in second, this is the overall standings. The 463 Emax Motorsports 3 car in third. The 306 Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing, got to get a prize for the best team name. It's not quite Bacon Racing, though, is it? Oh geez, but Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing, fantastic in P4. SCR in the 396 in P5. That's overall, but that's basically a C1 championship up front, and then obviously you still have the Big Jam leading the way and just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That's a 1:51.084. It's about a second and a half slower than their best lap time, but obviously they've now got a full tank of fuel, and so they're going to be separated. They're just getting faster and faster and faster. I cannot see another car other than the C1s that are in the 51s. Everyone is a second or two slower, so Big Jam absolutely flying at the moment with James Garciel driving away, and he's going to be smiling, beaming from ear to ear with that performance. I think his team will as well, so hopefully they can keep that up as the giants of the team line.
So as Seb was saying earlier in the commentary, we are down now with 586, who are currently leading the race. Now we spoke to them before the race about the dramas that they had yesterday. We're here with Ross, who has just got out of the car. How was that first session for you?
Yeah, really good, really positive, fairly steady stint really. Just tried to keep my head down nice and early and pick people off as I went and just keep a consistent pace rather than trying to do anything silly. So it was good.
And I understand you're still leading as it stands. How is it being here and racing against UCVs, but obviously also against your own category?
It's really, really good to be fair. Shame there's not a few more C1s out there, but it's really good. Racing's really respectful, everyone's nice and gives everyone loads of room and stuff. So the aim of the game is to do as many laps as stay out there and stay out of trouble, not cause any damage. So everyone's really good. It's really good to be here. So.
And are you going to go and get some rest now? When are you next in the car?
I will probably be in the car around 2 a.m. I think, something like that. So yeah, I'll probably go and get a bit of food and just chill out for a bit. I probably won't get any sleep. I'll wait until after the next stint for that. But yeah, I'll go and get some rest.
Great, thank you so much. Enjoy your rest and well done for your first stint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back up to Seb.
It needs to be the best view in the house, really, doesn't it? See everything. As I'm now watching the Fig Jam car passing some back markers, and the Super Schnecker seems to be in roughly the same area as the Fig Jam. So if they can claw a toe out of that car, that would be fantastic for their pace. I'm sure they'll be eager to get on top of there. But we were talking about outright pace, weren't we? And how Fig Jam seemed to be really, really pushing the boat out there. Just done a slow lap, but I'm pretty sure he's just had a few bits. So he's the traffic, I guess, for the C1s. But he's had a few cars passing, a few of the C1s passing. Just backed off that little bit, and that now I can see that the line, Gary Adnett in the line cars picking up his pace slowly and surely. But Crisis at the moment the fastest car on track. And that's vibrating, sorry. Distracted for a second. The Crisis Tech Rouge car, the fastest car on track at the moment. But I can tell this is fantastic. See, I know Sam Archer's lost a little bit of time. This is what happens when you've got multi-class. You start catching and catching and catching, and then you've got to make way for the faster cars, or you get shuffled around a little bit, and then all that hard work you put in just falls away a little bit, and you end up a little bit further back than you want. So that gap to Gary Adnett between Gary Adnett and Sam Archer is now back up to 21 seconds. But Crisis Tech Rouge still closing in on P3, 24.7 seconds is the gap. Super Schnecker 32 seconds away from the Team Gadget car, who are still circulating at decent pace. They're doing 153s and a half, so this is basically matching the leaders as... Yeah, at the moment it's still Crisis are the quickest people. Crisis are the quickest people. Gary Adnett as well doing 52s, but it was James Darciel doing the 51s, and I'm sure he'll be back onto that pace pretty shortly. down into 12th, unfortunately. Slightly early stuff as well, but again, circulating well and still going. And everyone is currently still running, which is just a joy to see. See one diving down the inside of the ECAS car into turn 1, and Sam Archer passes just below me, giving his team a bit of a wave as well. Looking happy, closing in again on Gary Adnet ahead of him. But it's still Crisis and Tech Rouge with the fastest laps at the moment. I thought I'd just seen Fig Jam do a 49, but it wasn't. It was the C1 unfortunately. But Fig Jam's found their pace once again.
So we're down here in the pits again with Sean Sidley, who's recently got out of the 89 car. Now, when you were out, you were a bit further down than we expected to see you. What happened?
So keeping up with everyone for the first few laps, and then going into turn 1, I drifted a bit wide, got out onto the rubber granules and spun about 2 or 3 times. Probably put me about 30-40 seconds behind, and just literally drove the arse off the car and got the grip between my teeth and doing really consistent laps, I'd say, and then just pecking people off one at a time. Got back into lead and pulled a little bit of a lead before the pit.
And it sounds like James, who's out there now, is lapping quite well, but did you make some time back up in your pit stop as well?
Yeah, we seem to have a good pit stop. I think we gained maybe about 20 seconds on second place, so really good quick pit stop from the guys. Everyone works well. James is out there now, he's doing 51s at the minute, so really good consistent laps. Just got to keep pushing, long way to go.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Sean. Thanks for talking to us. Have a good race. Back up to 7.
Signatures on your lights.
Really hard drive from him in that opening stint as he had to fight his way back from 11 or 12 all the way back up to the lead. Fantastic. I've just had a message from Andrew Bull at the Crisis Tech Rouge team telling me that I'm too quiet. So if you can hear me breathing too heavily, it's because I've had to insert the mic into my mouth so you can hear me properly. So thank you, Bully, for pointing out that I'm too quiet. So hopefully the levels are a little bit better now. And he obviously wanted to hear me claiming how quick their car is at the moment as they circulate in the 152s, almost breaking into the 51s. Not quite Fig Jam pace, but definitely closing in on the Team Archer's line car ahead of them, of Sam Archer, who's, despite initially closing in on Gary Adnet, has lost a little bit more time. He's now down to 22 seconds behind his teammate, and I think he's probably going to start feeling he's going to start feeling the pressure from the Crisis Tech Rouge car behind them. So that's fantastic, because they're super consistent in that 92 car, just 52, 52, 52, which is fantastic. Again, no one seems to be touching James.
So we're down now in garage 20 with car number 40, and that is the Blueberry Muffins. Now, they just came in for a pit stop and there's some issues with the engine. We'll find out some more information once they're less busy, but the front being off there does indicate that they are making an engine change. I've started the stopwatch as we want to see how quickly they can do this. Now, an engine change, the record is about 9 minutes for a Citroen TCV. It's quite simple with how kind of they've designed these cars, so that it's just a few screws, they'll lift the engine out and then pop the new one back in. They have had some issues with engines in this garage, so as you can see now they will be jacking up just under the engine there, and that will allow them to lift it out. So the jack is just coming out of the engine. We can see, you know, a good number of people working on this, so it should be done relatively quickly. The front fan cover there is also off, so we assume that is an issue as well. Blueberry muffins were running quite well. They also run with against the blueberry tart, so we're trying to see kind of which of those two teams can do better. We'll have a look now at where the blueberry muffins are running. So they're currently running in 21st with the tarts in 21st, so this won't help with that, and as I say, after they've changed it we will have a look at what's happened, but we'll cut back to Seb, and when we can we'll get an interview with somebody else.
Garage, unfortunately. Hopefully they can get that turned around and back out the pits and onto the track as soon as possible. I'm currently watching an interesting little battle between the pork pie car and the SL racing car as they circulate together, trading places here and there, but it's looking like great fun out there as we're now watching the sun setting. It's very close to falling down behind the horizon as we head slowly into the nighttime stint. Very picturesque scenes up here in the commentary box. But yeah, hopefully we can get the blueberry muffins out as soon as possible and get everyone circulating together. That gap at the front between the two C1s now down to exactly 7 seconds. So it's coming down slowly, but still circulating quicker than the city car up ahead. Fig Jam Motorsport leading the way for the two CVs in class, with James still doing a stunning job and putting in those 151s. And I'm just looking down to see if the crisis at Tech Rouge car has closed in any more on Sam Archer, but it hasn't. So those times have neutralised a little bit. Obviously there could be traffic involved there, moving out the way for some faster cars or just being passed at awkward places. It throws a bit of a spanner in the works occasionally. But pushing on for the team, the Crisis Tech Rouge, and of course for Sam Archer, who's still looking to close in on Gary Adnet. He's not losing much at this point. It's sort of fluctuating between 21 and 23 seconds. So Sam Archer pushing really, really hard now. There's a 16-second gap between Rosie Walford Racing and Super Schnecker. So that's the battle for 6th place, which is not coming down. So I think the Super Schnecker are actually pulling away just a little bit as they increase their lead for P6 and then attempting to chase down the Team Gadget Racing car that is sitting in 5th. Let's see if there's any more close battles. There is a close battle between the Team ECAS and the Hansgrohe car for 8th and 9th. Just a second, or just 2 seconds separating them, and their lap times are vastly different. So this could be a change of position for the Hansgrohe car on Team ECAS on the next circulation. I'm not sure quite where they are, but it could be moving up into P8 for Hansgrohe, with SL Racing still chasing them down behind. Yes, I think the average lap time in midfield there's about 155s. Leaders are sitting around the 151s to 153s, and lots of battles going on through the field. Really racing, holding their own there, down in P14, circulating quite well. A little bit off the pace. Something might have happened on that last lap, but they're 34 seconds away from the Hollis Motorsport car. Ahead of them, that's the 72 car in 13th, so you can see them pushing on. And they're actually going a bit faster than a Regimental Racing ahead. Colin Etchell's involved in that team. Life of the party, as always. He'll be he'll be happy to see the car separating consistently. And that is the Hansgrohe car up into P8, past the Team ECAS car, the 33 ECAS car, and the ECAS Hansgrohe passes his teammates to put himself in P8. And now it's the Rosie Wolford racing car that they've now got to try and close in on. Some 4 seconds a lap faster than them as well, so that might just happen. I'm not sure quite what the gap is between them, but there's a 20-second gap between Rosie and Super Schnecker, and a little bit of a different lap time as well. Rosie Racing actually circulating pretty well. It's actually those Hansgrohe doing the 54s as well. So by far the fastest in the MIG pack at the moment is that Hansgrohe car that we're watching. So that's the number 15 Hansgrohe car. I'm not sure. I think Roy Eastwood in there at the moment. So I believe, I might be wrong, and I hope I'm not, but I believe Roy Eastwood was the first ever winner of the Classic 2CV 24-hour. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but good to see he's still got the pace as he hunts down the Rosie Wolford car ahead of them. That's the number 7 car, sitting quite aptly in P7. As I can now see the front fairing going back on to the Muffins car, so that's fantastic. They've managed to turn things around there. It looks like they'll be heading back out onto the track very quickly. So fantastic to see them getting things back together. I haven't seen the blueberry tarts on my screen. So I'm not sure if they've managed to pass the boys' side of the garage, but if they have, I'm sure they'll be a little bit chuffed with that, so that's fantastic. But good to see that the Blueberry Muffins are going to be back on track shortly, hopefully, as I can now see Sam pushing very hard into turn 1 as he's getting crowded by a C1. Has a little bit of a moment as he heads into turn 1 and down towards the hairpin at the back side of the track. And you can see the 92 hunting him down as well as the sun starts to fade in the distance. That gap definitely, I thought it was definitely coming down. It is definitely coming down. 16.6 seconds now, the gap between P3 and 4, which I think is the closest fight we have. Oh no, it's not Team ECAS, no, because they've just been passed. So yes, the closest battle at the moment is that one we're looking at between Crisis and Tech Rouge and the Team Archers line for the last spot on the podium so far. But Sam Archer doing a very good job of maintaining that 22-second gap to Gary Adnett ahead of him, and Fig Jam, of course, just putting in those blitzing lap times and ever increasing that gap ahead of him. Or behind them, sorry. The SL car is stopped just past the bridge as you head into the S's. There's a lot of smoke coming from that engine, unfortunately, so that's the SL car stopped. And for I think Lawrence Broadhurst in that car, which unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, means that I'm going to have to retire from the commentary box and head down and make sure that I'm not needed, as I might have to jump in a car. I'm not sure, but if I can come back, I will come back. But that's the SL car, unfortunately, causing a safety car, and things will close up to behind the safety car, and it could get exciting after that. But from me, for now, that's it. Hopefully I'll be back as I see the safety car heading out onto the track just ahead of, I can see Big Jam come around the final corner. So for now, Katie will keep you company, I'm sure, from time to time as she speaks through the paddock. But thank you for now, and goodbye.
So we're down here with the Blueberry Muffins with Martin. I say, are you the head engineer, would you say?
No, I'm Chief Dog's Body.
Well, you've done a great job there. I'll just show you my phone. We've timed that, and from when the front end came off to when it started again, 8 minutes 27. You got the engine in an hour in under 4 minutes, so fantastic. Tell us what went wrong and how have you fixed it?
It would appear the fan's given way, but it's the belt and the fan body have taken out the oil cooler as well. So rather than messing, the only right decision to make is to swap the engine. And obviously, if we can do it in that quick, then that's an awful lot quicker than trying to change out an oil cooler. So I'm really pleased with that. These guys, considering a lot of these guys have never touched a 2CV before, and none of us have worked together before particularly, that's gone brilliantly. Couldn't have gone better.
Yeah, really good job. And I know you're quite low down in order, but how is the whole event going for you so far? And what do you have any expectations?
The only expectation is to have fun. From my point of view, because I don't do the piloting in bit, that bit's kind of almost irrelevant. It's second point, you know. The team, the family, they're my large dysfunctional family. So the expectation is to finish the race in a good position, probably mid-table, but be happy just to finish and have fun, and that's what it's all about.
Brilliant. Well, I hope you get to a bit of rest and tidy up now. There's a safety car, so we'll go find out what that's with. But well done, great engine change.
Cheers.
Now I know that Seb's had to knock off, so we can go back to looking at the pictures around the track, and I can pick up the commentary from down here in the garage, and we'll have a look at the Roman pits. So I'll go and find out what's caused the safety car and bring that back to you in just a moment.
Well, yeah.
So, as you know, Seb has had to go back down and find out if he was needed. It turns out that, unfortunately, it is his car that's missing. That's car number 48. I've heard it's on fire, so I don't know what that looks like. Sometimes, with the carbs in these car and the air filters, they do catch fire. It's not common, but obviously that's where the petrol is, and if something sparks that, then that's what happens. So, we'll find that out properly when the cars get back. In Citroen TCV Racing, the regs state that there's no communication between the car and the driver, so it's not like the pit wall can talk and find out what's happening. You can see on the tracker that the car is missing, but other than that, I'm not sure what it is. So we will go and find out what that is in just a moment. Fantastic that the Blueberry Muffins got their car back out. I'm sure they'd have wished that if they had to change an engine it would have happened a little bit later, but there we go. So we can see that the safety car has nearly picked up all of the cars now. They're running around in a train, which will mean that they'll be able to then go and tag up car 48. I'll go and find out, because there's ordinarily a penalty for towback, which seems a little bit harsh, but we'll find out what that kind of issue is. We'll just talk to Seb quickly. And hello, yeah, we're just kind of talking over what's happened. So we know there's no communication between the cars, so anything you see, I guess, you can see from here. But also, is there still a penalty for towbacks?
Yeah, it's 3 laps, I think. Yeah, three lap penalty, which isn't fun, especially when you've broken down and you've lost a load of time. So we're hoping something small. We've got an engine ready to go straight in. We've been struggling with brakes all weekend, so maybe it's something related to that. But either way, something's gone wrong and there's fire, which isn't good. So hopefully we'll get it back. We'll analyse the situation, get an engine in, and hopefully get back out again. Then I can go back up to the commentary box and help you out.
Yeah, that would be great. Cool, thanks, Seb. Hope everything is okay with the car. Great, so we can cut back to the cameras around the track and I'll go and see if we've got some other people to talk to. There might be some people making a pit stop now. Obviously, it's kind of not the perfect time for a safety car when you're thinking of pit stops, but we'll go and see what everyone's up to and if anyone is using this to their advantage.
But it's definitely me. It was 48, it's me. The colour but not the number. Yeah, but yeah. It means, for me, it means by the time I get home, I won't have to have no responsibility.
So as you can see, wow, look at the front end of this car. That is significant. We're not sure what has happened there, but you see that if you look on the bonnet there, you can see that it looks like that's where the fire's come from, which is ordinarily like the air filter. Now you can see here that it's not just SL Racing pushing that car down the track, it is also members from other teams such as Gadget Racing, and that's what happens. If there's ever any issues that, you know, teams need extra help with, other teams will chip in and help and try and make sure everyone can get back out on the track. So the bonnet is now off of that car. We can go and have a look at the bonnet in a moment as well, and you can see it's a significant damage that's happened. They do have a spare bonnet that you'll have just seen outside the back of the garage. So this will be a full-on engine change, similar to what the Blueberry Muffins said. There's no point wasting time trying to fix the issue when it's so quick to change an engine. In fact, I will get my stopwatch out and we can time this one as well. We can see whose is faster. So we'll start that one again. So you can see as well that there's scrutineers around the car. They'll just be checking to make sure that everything is safe, the car is safe, whether the fire extinguisher has been used, if there's any other things that need to have been used. Lawrence Broadhurst is out of the car. We'll talk to him in just a moment. He is dealing about whether they need another fire extinguisher, which they've got one. But if they need one, I'm sure someone else will be able to lead it to him. See if I can have a quick chat with him. Hi, Lawrence.
Hello.
So tell me what happened.
So I was coming down the main straight. I think I maybe overread the engine. It suddenly went very, very flat indeed. I came through under the bridge, and then there was smoke coming from the front. I stopped in a very dangerous position, unfortunately, right on the big sausage and the exit of the S's, and the marshals were not very quick getting to me because of where I was. The smoke was getting more and more and more coming from the bonnet. I felt there was no option but to pull the extinguisher, and you know, I'm drenched as well because it fires inside. But fire's gone out. Heaven knows what's gone wrong, but we'll find out in the next few minutes and, you know, see what's burnt and what's not burnt. But I'm making a habit of this. Toaster 2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, second fire, similar spot. I just don't want to keep doing this.
Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. That sounds quite scary that you've had to set the extinguisher off. So, was it scary?
No, because I was quite cool and calm about the whole thing. I could see that there was a fire. I waited to see if the flames died down. I turned off the fuel. I turned the engine off. We've got an electric fuel pump, which I also made sure was stopped. So there was no fuel going in there to keep it going. But it just didn't seem to want to stop. And we have got quite a lot of plastic hosing underneath our car to help cool the brakes. And I thought maybe that had caught fire. And I just took a considered thought about it. I think I better stop this. They aren't getting to move fire extinguishers. I'm going to have to do something about it, because it was at a stage where maybe when the marshals open the bonnet, it may just flare up, because that's what they do when you get more oxygen to them. But my previous experience of a fire was that if you just waited, it burnt itself out, but this didn't want to go out. So there you go.
And I know that they said about changing the fire extinguisher. Do you have another one? Do you need me to put out a plea? Because I know someone will come and help if you need one.
I think Seb has gone out to try and find one. I think we'll probably be okay. But yes, I'm not going to say don't, because yes, we do need a fire extinguisher, and if somebody's got one, that would be really fantastic. It's that decision is, I know I don't have this, but I know that my car could burst into flames. So what do I do? Do I ignore that fact, or do I face the fact that I'm going to have to put it out, and then we're going to have to start? We've got a mess. We've got a lot of work going on here now, but it had to be done, so I did it.
And everyone on your team will echo that. They'd rather you be safe and burn through.
Yeah. No, I understand that. They're a great bunch, and they are. Well, you can see here that they've got a plan probably already. I know the engine is cooked. Even if past experience, even if the engine isn't cooked, the carburetor will be melted. So that's a definite issue there. I can see somebody trying to mend the bonnet. I wouldn't bother, but it's motor racing, isn't it? It's what happens, and that's why we have safety equipment in the car, and it is there to be used, and I used it.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much for talking to us. After that, thank you, Lawrence, and I'll let you get back to whatever you need to do. Fantastic. So I am timing this engine change as well. I mean, this one is obviously a little bit different because they're going to have to do a lot more things, such as change the fire extinguisher, clean up the car. So, as Lawrence says, if anyone does have a fire extinguisher that they can lend, then please do. So we'll go back now and have a look at what's going on with the race. So this car is currently running in 19th, which is 14th in class. As for the overall race standings, Emacs car number 14 is currently first. Bertie's Bacon Bats Racing is also first in class. It's a different C1 class. Now Bertie's Bacon Bats Racing is interesting. They only decided to do this race about 10 days ago. They bought their car on Monday, and here they are today, just 6 days later. Not doing too badly considering the lack of preparation this car's had. Emacs Motorsport 3 is currently running second in class. WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, they are running third in class, that's car 586. SCR is currently running in fourth, that's car number 396. And then as for the TCVs, we've got Fig Jam Motorsport currently running first in class for the TCVs with James Dartilla behind the wheel. Now that's interesting because, as we know, we spoke to Sean earlier and they spun quite early on with cars scattering to avoid him. So a great job that they are doing. I know Seb picked up earlier in the commentary that they were lapping half a second faster, which it still looks like they are running about. The last lap they were running 2 seconds a lap faster. Team Lion car number 97, ordinary winners of this race with Gary Adnet behind the wheel, are a second in class. Crisis and Tech Rouge with Nick Rose behind the wheel are third in class. They've just overtaken recently car number 79, which is the second Lion car. That's a Team Archer's Lion. That has currently got Sam Archer behind the wheel. He is running just about 1.1 seconds behind as it stands, so we'll keep an eye on that. In P6 for the TCVs is Super Schneck, which is the pink 13 car that we saw earlier on the grid. In 7th place is car number 7, Rosie Wolford Racing, with Lauren Story behind the wheel. She is running just half a second a lap. Oh no, she is running 3 seconds a lap behind the car in front of her. Then we've got car number 9 with Team ECAS with Martin Sunderland behind the wheel. In 10th place, Porcupine Racing with Jenny Hall. Now, they were leading the race at the beginning and they obviously had an issue with their fan. So they are running, 2 seconds a lap faster than Team ECAS. So Jenny doing a fantastic job behind the wheel there. So that is the top 10 of the TCVs. So we're currently still down in the garage with Team SL Racing, and what was a white what was blue in the engine is now white. So that's just being cleaned out by the hose, and they'll get that clean and make sure that they can get a new engine back in. We can see they're just currently cleaning up the residue for their car. I mean, this hasn't been a significantly long pit stop since they've arrived back in. But that is that fire extinguisher is just completely being cleaned out from that engine so they can get their new engine back in and make sure it's nice and tidy. No. That we can talk to. Oh, in fact I can see Bully. We'll go and have a chat with him if we can. So yeah, I'm here with Bully. Yeah, I found you. We're just looking at the live stream and you're up to second. Nick Rose seems to be lapping well. Tell us about the start of the race, what do you know about it and how's it going? So we're just keeping an eye on what's going on from the garages. So with regards to the TCVs, in first place Fig Jam Motorsport. Now Bully was telling us earlier that due to the safety car, all the cars have kind of bunched up together, which is why we're seeing a bit of movement. So we can see Fig Jam are out in front for the TCVs. Crisis and Tech Rouge are 18.8 seconds behind them, but are lapping 0.6 a lap quicker on the last lap. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if they can catch up. Then we've got in third place we've got Team Lion with Gary Adnett behind the wheel, who is lapping very similarly to Crisis and Tech Rouge. And I think that we've got someone from Gadget who is willing to talk to us. So we've got someone from Team Gadget here. I'm just trying to find out where they're currently running in fifth, lapping a little bit slower, but We will be in just a moment. I'll let you know when we're on. But we are down with Wayne. Yeah, when it comes on, I'll let you know. We're down with Wayne, who is the head honcho here at Team Gadget. 5th place at the moment. How's it all going for you?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. Are we on camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, right. Oh, it's alright, I got my own microphone.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah?
it's going pretty well at the moment, yeah. I think we're pretty happy with everything and not trying to sort of bust the car, trying to do nice steady times. And it seems to be working at the moment, so we're all happy. We've had a good meal tonight. And, yeah.
I like that you're prepared on all levels, Wayne. Like,
I am. I've got my own microphone.
Yeah, you're just very keen for the interviews.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We like to be on TV, you see.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Wayne. I hope you enjoy the rest of your race. Thank you. Fantastic. So I'll keep an eye now on what else is going on. So yeah, that was Wayne from Team Gadget. Simon Clark is currently behind their wheel. They're 2 laps behind 4th place and currently lapping about 2 seconds a lap slower. So we're not expecting them to catch. However, Team 13 behind them, Super Schneck, is also about 2 seconds behind, or 1 second behind Gadget. So not much movement that we're expecting there, but we will keep an eye on that 1st and 2nd place. It looks like Crisis and Tech Rouge have just dropped off just a little bit, so maybe won't be catching the 1st place figure out. However, Gary Adnett is now lapping faster than Crisis and Tech Rouge in 3rd place. So, I mean, we are, 3 and a bit hours into this race, and we can see that it's still really close between the top 3. Okay, yeah, a safety car did help that, but it's looking really good. As for the C1s, we can see that the Emax car number 14 is out in front. Then we have in the other C1 class car number 306, and they are in 1st place. Emax Motorsport 3 is in 2nd place, and WRC Developments are in 3rd place for the C1s. So we'll just we're up at the top of the pit lane, and we can see that the Pork Pies car number 96 has just entered the pits. So we'll go and have a look at what that could be. It would be a scheduled pit stop. It could be a scheduled pit stop at this time. If we think the race started at 5. Oh no, this actually might be a bit early for the Pork Pies to have come in. So we'll go and find out what that problem could have been down there. At the moment, the pit lane is relatively quiet. Not too much going on. We can see from the gantry that cars are being told to put their lights on now that the race is getting later into the night and it's darker. Car number 48 is still in the pits. They're still trying to sort out what's going on with their engine and things like that. Car number 25 is being given a black flag with an orange, which is mechanical issue, so we imagine that they'll have to come in and sort that out in just a moment. We'll have a look and see if Pork Pies, they are back out, so that could have just been a driver change. We'll go and try and find out what's happened down at this end of the pit lane. We can see that another car down here, looks like 77, might be coming. They just indicated that they might be coming in. Oh hi, we'll actually talk to Nigel. We'll go live in a second on the telly, but it looks like we'll keep it quick because I appreciate your cars coming in on the next lap. But yeah, we're down here with Nigel, who it's your first time in a GCV, but obviously you do a considerable amount of motorsport. It sounds like something was up with the car. Do you know what's happened?
We don't at the moment. Bertie's just gone by waving and signalling he's coming in at the end of this lap. We can hear a noise, but we don't know what it is. So when he comes in, we'll find out. The guys are brilliant, so they'll fix it.
Yeah. And remind us which car you're with today.
So it's car 77, so it's run by Damax, so a good friend of mine, Robin Ward, and it's Robin that asked me to come and be part of the crew with him and Bertie.
Brilliant, thanks Nigel. Well, we hope that's all a quick fix and we'll keep an eye. Thank you very much. So Nigel is actually off tomorrow to go and race a Paul Ricard and a Corvette. So a very different experience for him. His first time doing this race, but he does about 100 races a year. Some of you might actually know who he is and recognise him. Right, we're going to go down and see the Pork Pies now and see maybe what's happened. Fuse. Oh, okay. Can I talk to you? Thank you. We're down with Chris. So with Chris, we spoke to you at the beginning. Yeah, a bit of an earlier pit stop than scheduled. What was it, and have you made a driver change?
No, we haven't made the driver change this time. Jenny's gone straight out again. No, we've had a bit of a problem with the fan, and that caused a bit of a problem with the alternator. So we had to change the fuse and the fan, and then we just had the fuse go on the fan again. So fingers crossed from now. Yeah, bit of a worry.
Yeah, a bit of a worry, because I guess you had that one issue, you think you've solved it, and does this seem linked to that, or is it a coincidence?
It's linked. Yeah. So we haven't finally solved it yet. Yeah. So scratching our heads.
Oh yeah, like I say, hopefully it's all right now. And Jenny's still out there. If she's coming, did you put any petrol in? Will she extend her stint?
No, we sent straight out. Yeah, now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Brilliant. Great, and I will have another look at TSL timings and see where everyone is at and what everybody is doing. There's really good telly setup down in the Lion Garage, so I'm just going to have a look at the telly setup down in the Lion Garage. So Fig Jam are still running first. Their lap times are still fantastic. Crisis and Tech Rouge are now 20 seconds behind, but their lap times aren't too far off. Looks like 0.3 at the moment. Car number 97, with Gary Adnett behind the wheel, is flying now, running 0.4 seconds faster than Crisis and Tech Rouge, and the difference between those cars is only 0.3, so that is very, very close. Car number 79 with Sam Archer behind the wheel is now only 0.3 behind the sister car of 97. So that's a very, very close battle between the second, third and fourth place. It's a very, very close battle between them. They'll obviously all go around together on track, but it means that their lap times are very similar as well. So we've got Crisis and Tech Rouge, whose last lap was a 52.8, Lion 97, whose last lap time was 52.4, and Team Archer's Lion, whose last lap time was a 52.2. So kind of 0.4 between all of them. So very, very close indeed. Just looking at the live stream now, and it looks beautiful out there. The sunset, the cars are getting their lights on. From the pit wall, as you know, and as we've said, that there's no communication between the cars and the drivers, and the only way they can communicate about coming in or anything like that is if they flash their lights or honk their horn to let people know they're coming in. But also, if you are on the pit wall, obviously you can time the car, but it's hard to know when your car's coming around if they just have their headlights. So throughout the evening you'll see the different style of lights. For example, Gadget looks like Shrek. They've got two green horns sticking out the top of their car. There's cars who've put lights on the roof of their car so that you can see what number they are, and lots of different designs of lights and things like that. The car 79 car is really getting closer to the car 97 car. I imagine we won't see any overtakes at this point in the race, because it's advantageous just to go around with your car and make sure you can just keep those consistent lap times and be reliable and not do any too close racing. What we'll do is we will head down and see how SL Racing is doing and see if they manage to get back out, see if they've managed to find a fire extinguisher. As Tony from Gadget said, that is a significant damage that the fire extinguisher caught, but obviously it was necessary if the car was on fire. Car 77 is in. We'll have a look and find out what might have happened with there as well, as there was something, it sounds like, dragging with their car. So another example of the camaraderie at TCV Racing is that working out on this car, we've got people from the garage are sharing with. They didn't know each other before this weekend, but they're all helping each other to make sure whatever the problem is gets fixed. So we've got Steve Walford from Walford Motorsport and Nick Clark, who is also from Walford Motorsport, really trying to figure out what has happened with that car and trying to get it all fixed and mended. It sounds like the fan is broken again, which is interesting. We're having a few fans break throughout the weekend this weekend. I'll try and find out what they think may have caused that. Obviously things like bump drafting maybe cause it, but there's quite a bit of protection between that and the fan. It's obviously ordinarily a shunt to the front which causes that, but you could really hear the car dragging along the floor. We're having a look now at the fan in the garage. Billy is holding that fan, so he's just showing us. I'll try and find out what's happened with this fan, Billy.
Quite a common problem actually on some of the earlier ones. If the centre of the fan's usually only pressed in and made as part, and they can shear, which means as it's crank driven, so that then means you've got no alternator and no engine cooling.
And what causes that? Is it just like bad design?
Age and revving them to 6,000 RPM every single gear shift for 5 hours constant. So.
Okay, great. So will they put a different style of fan on, do you think, for this?
There is a more modern version that comes from Burton, one of the big reproduction parts suppliers, which is a better design and more robust. So I'm not sure what the guys have got. They've put a 9-blade on to actually keep it cooler as well, because the engine's obviously been a bit warm. So.
And I was just talking about how we've got people who aren't on their team helping them out, and obviously you're down here, presumably helping out if you're needed. Why are you down here when your own team's up there?
I was on the way to the loo, but actually these guys, we were testing here ready for the start of the season at the 300 meeting we did, and Robin from Damac was running a Ferrari in the supercar track day for a client, and we got chatting, and he said, where can I buy one? So this is the ex-Elbro car that was running as the number 43 last year. Robin's picked it up, and the boys came here a couple of weeks ago, and I go, and looks like that. So yeah, I've got a connection with the initial introduction to finding the car for Robin. So yeah, I was just passing, thought, oh, it's in the pits.
You're going to help. Great, thanks. Hopefully you get to the toilet. So it looks like they will be out soon. They've obviously changed that fan. We'll see what kind of fan that they have put on. As Billy says, like some of those older ones, it's just wear and tear. But it looks like they've got a lot of help there, and that car is running successfully. Just checking the gear shift to see if that works. Oh, it's not quite done here. So in car 77, so we'll wait and see what's going on with this one. There's a few more changes that need to be made with this car. Right, it looks like they're going to start the car back up again. It looks like whatever they needed to fix could have been done. They've checked the oil levels. Bonnet is down. They're strapping the driver in. Engine is about to be turned over. And the car is being pushed back out into the pit lane, ready to rejoin again. So that's fantastic. Great. We'll go and find out if we can see what happened. I'll go and speak to Nick Clark and see if we can see what happened. I'll tell you what we know, and then you can have a quick, short, tell me what you know. We know that it was the fan, and maybe it was like a bit of wear and tear.
Yeah.
What kind of fan have you put back in, and why did you have to put the bonnet back up again?
We put the same type of fan back in because it's the only one he's got, and the gear stick was coming loose, so we've just done the clamp up on the gearbox, so that should be better now. So apart from that, nothing.
Great, thank you, Nick. Fantastic, great. He just missed the camera, so that was great. He didn't want to be on the camera. Right, we'll head back down and see how Team SL Racing's doing. I think I saw Seb, so he might have an update for us. So the same fan's gone back onto that car, and luckily, when the bonnet was up, they noticed that the gear shift was loose as well. So that they've saved a future problem there by fixing that. So we'll go down and see how car 48 is doing. See if they are still in the pits, which it looks like they still are. See if they've managed to find a fire extinguisher, because we have put a call out for one of those for them. They may have one themselves, but if anyone does have one, that would be great. And we'll go and catch up with Seb and see what their plans are, and if he wants to come and do a bit more commentating, because I was very much enjoying that. Let's see if we... It looks like Lawrence is going back into the car, and the car is going back out, so this is great timing. So we've got the car going back out into the pits now. Looks like that'll be successful. So it looks like we might actually get Seb to be able to get back onto the mic as well, which will save everybody from just me talking. The car is back out now into the pit lane. They're pushing it out. There's no driver in the car currently. They'll just have to make sure they do all their kind of normal checks to make sure the car is safe. We'll have a look and see if they are actually putting some more petrol in as well. The front left, the front right wing, they've had to duct tape that up as well. So there was an issue with that. And they are doing a refuel now as well. So it looks like Lawrence Broadhurst will be going back out. I'll see if I can go and talk to him. And what we have missed in all of this melee that we've been capturing is car 25 Really Racing did come into the pits after their black and orange flag, and they are now going back out. So that's something else. We'll go and find out what's happened. As we have another TCV entering the pits, and that is car number 77 is back into the pits now with a big pop and a bang. So whatever their problem was, they're clearly still not happy with it. Car 25 is back out, so well done to everyone who's worked on that to make sure it can get back out onto the track. Car 48, the driver, is in. So that is Lawrence Broadhurst getting back in. He's the one who was in the car when it set on fire. They've made sure that car is safe. They clearly have found a fire extinguisher, so thank you to whoever has helped with that. And that's not too bad, not too long for a pit stop considering that they're on fire. I am actually now stood next to Big Jam Motorsports head honcho Nick Crispin. Now Nick, your team, James is doing really well behind the wheel there. How's it all going for you?
Personally, I'm happy having woken up. I went for a little lay down knowing that Sean had run out of talent at turn 1 and dropped down to 8th or 9th, and he came in and I spoke to him and I said, oh, so he's still down in 8th or 9th? He goes, no, we're leading. I said, no, seriously, what are we doing? He says, yeah, we're leading by about 40 seconds or whatever. I'm like, what on earth happened there? So it looks like the engine's finally woken up. We've got the jet in somewhere where it should be, and lad's doing good. And James is out there now, Mr. Reliable, just bringing it round and round and round, and unfortunately I've got to go out next.
Yeah, bring it round and round in a different way that Sean did, I think, by the sounds of it.
Well, yes, James self-admits that he's not the quickest out of us, but he is possibly, well, he is the most reliable, and his lap times will be within half a second, whatever. And that's what you want, rather than someone who goes off and loses 5 seconds, 6 seconds, because it's very difficult to make up 6 seconds at sort of like a second or 0.2 of a second per lap. So
yeah. What time are you back out?
I haven't been out yet, so I can't go back out.
Thank you for correcting my English. When are you out?
I'll be going in the car about 9:30, 9:45. Depends what James can eke out.
Yeah, great, thanks. Well, glad you've woken up and to some good news, and then we'll see how it goes now. Yes, that was a joke. Great, we've just had a honk from another car. We'll head down to Really Racing now and see kind of what happened, why they got called in, and what they've done to fix the issue. We'll go see who we can find down in that garage. I have to just remember what garage they're in. I think it's the next one. So let's have a little look. No, not that one. One more. Oh, who's this coming in as? It looks like this might be Crisis and Tech Rouge as well. So they are in too. So we'll talk to someone at Really Racing. So, car 25, you got a black and orange flag. What was the issue and what have you done to mend it?
We had no lights on. So the plug had come out, so we fixed the plug, tightened it up, but it was also over-fueling, so we adjusted the carburetor. Hopefully we won't see him for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Fingers crossed.
So, over-fueling, what does that mean?
When they think it's starting to splutter at the top of the straight here, so when it's going around right-hand corners, it just wasn't running very well.
Can that, if it goes into a car, is that the kind of thing that causes a fire?
Hopefully not.
I only ask if you've just seen one, so it's like interesting.
No, it goes out the side.
Oh, great, all safe, great.
We had fires, we don't do that anymore.
Been there, done that. Thank you, great. So that was car 25 who are all back out and safe. And then down the end here we can see that car 92, it looks like this is a scheduled pit stop. Nick Rhodes, who was flying round, doing a really good job. Sounds like he might have been in a tow, so it'd be interesting to hear how he found that stint. He is now going to be swapping over with somebody else. We'll find out who that is. He'll be doing a little debrief with them, and I'll go and find out how Nick's getting on. We'll have a look and see kind of how that's all going. But yeah, we can see that, so when the cars are refueling, no one is allowed to touch the car, you can't work on the car, just for safety reasons. So obviously the driver needs to be out, and the other driver can't get in until they've refueled. Looks like that's full, and the a bit more fuel going in. So it sounds like Ian is going in next. Sorry, I've got a very enthusiastic participant for interviews here, trying to share the microphone with me. Yeah, does it? Maybe we'll get a bit of feedback. I think it sounds like could be that the technical term. Yeah, it's always nice when we have people who are keen for an interview. So thank you, Wayne. We'll talk to Nick.
Quite keen, but I need to get in the loo as well.
Sorry.
Clutch cable.
So it wasn't a schedule.
I thought it was the pedal. I thought I got no pedal. So just put it in third gear and then managed to get that.
You thought the pedal would come off?
Well, I thought I'd broken the pedal because I'm so stupid. I hadn't thought about the cable.
No, definitely not. You were doing great out there, Nick. Were you going round with some of the other lead cars?
Yeah, the 97, 79. Yeah, so it was really good. So a bit disappointing for this to happen.
Tell us why that's kind of important in this style of race, so maybe all just stay consistently with cars who are...
Yeah, it obviously helps if you're going around with other cars, particularly when you're racing them. But yeah, then you get the tow, or you're trying to break the tow. So you can sort of get a little bit ahead, and then they pick you up again. So and at 9, it's nice with all the lights and everything.
Yeah, see how other people drive. Well, I'll let you run to the toilet. Thank you, Nick. That is something to consider when you are racing for 24 hours. The stints can be 2 to 3 hours. So, you know, if you're sufficiently hydrated, that is quite tricky if you can't go to the toilet for all that time. So they're clearly making some more changes. So as Nick said, it sounded like it was a clutch pedal that went, and sadly for Tech Rouge Crisis Racing, they were in a good tow with 97 and 79, so it was going well for them. They were in second place, so that will have potentially dropped down now, but it's still a long way to go, and better to solve these problems. They've got the car back under their own steam, which is the most important thing, because obviously you get a 3-lap a 3-lap towback penalty if you can't get the car back under its own steam. So Crisis Tech Rouge are now down to 5th. That just shows how close it is at the moment. They're 1 lap behind Team Gadget, who are now up to 4th. And Crisis Tech Rouge were running about a second lap faster. So they've got time, they can make it up. All will be fine, it's best to get these things out of the way. If a car does cause a safety car, then obviously you have the initial time of getting that car towed back, but then you get another 3 laps added, so it ends up costing you quite a significant amount of time. Oh, saying that, it does look like there is a safety car, so we'll see if we can find out what has happened there. We'll see if we can see which car might be missing, because there is a few cars now coming into the pits as there is a safety car, so the cars that maybe need to make a pit stop now will do. So we'll have a look and see if we can find out what has caused that pit stop. But the pit lane will get quite busy now. So we're going. We're just heading down here in the pits. We're just trying to see a screen where it might show us the tracker, so we can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, so we're just going to go and find a screen that will tell us what's going on and who on the tracker might actually be missing. Oh, yeah. So in just a moment we will have Seb back on the live stream as well, so he's going to go and Seb. He'll be able to give us a lot more insight into what is going out on track. I'm currently roaming around the pits and trying to just borrow everyone's screens, so that will be really helpful. He was obviously very busy sorting out his engine fire, so let's have a look and see if we can find a screen. We've got car number 15 has come into the pits. Lots of people taking advantage of this safety car. Still unsure of what has caused the safety car. So we've got car number 463 currently putting fuel in to see what's going on. Let's have a look. Who is missing? I know you guys can see some. Oh, it looks like car 48 again. So that's a bit more fuel. Seb's car. We'll see if there's a bit more issues. Okay, so it's all gone quiet down this end. It sounds like, it looks like the safety car has picked up the train of cars, so we might see a few more cars now coming to make their pit stops as well, as they're all caught up with the train. Quite a good time to make your pit stop. You can see Roy Eastwood is about to get into car 15. They've taken advantage of the safety car. Quite a few teams are standing out ready to bring their cars in. And yeah, it's confirmed that 48 is the car that is missing. So we'll go and find out kind of what has happened. Obviously they've only just made it back out, so we can assume it's related to that. So when Seb is back up, we'll be able to hear him and he can give us a bit of an update. Okay, so we can see that car 15 is pitting. It looks like Tech Rouge Racing is making its way now back out of the pits. So, yeah, that is Tech Rouge Racing making its way back out. So they have beat the safety car train for this lap, so they'll be able to unlap themselves for at least one lap, which is great news for them. A car to watch out on. They will have dropped down quite significantly there, but it is one of the cars to watch out for. So they have dropped down to 7th place. But they will make that time back up. So as it stands now, we've got Fig Jam Motorsport who are in first.
quite a lot because I've been in the garage, but I know that the Crisis Tech Rouge car unfortunately came in. I was down there when that happened. I think they had a gearbox issue, but they're now circulating again, having a safety car. I'm not quite sure what it's for yet. I'm just trying to find out and check the timings to see who it is. Hopefully it's not. It is us. Lovely. I think it might be us again. But as it stands, Fig Jam Motorsport sitting in first for the 2CVs, and the Lion 97 Lion car, Gary Adnett still in there, is second. Team Archer's line with Sam Archer still plodding away. Obviously he's closed up now because it's under safety car conditions, but he's still in third, and Super Schnecker sitting in fourth at the moment.
I don't really wanna feel this sick deep down inside.
With the car again, unfortunately, so safety car will be out for a little bit longer. Hopefully they can get that back to the pits. I can see, I think the 77 now in the pits as well, and Hollis Motorsport as well suffering with some sort of issue there in the garage, sorting out. So maybe a lengthy safety car, but yeah, top four at the moment, looking very similar to as it was before I left. Other than Crisis Tech Rouge, of course, unfortunately losing a couple of laps with the issues they had down at base. City Car Cup Emax Motorsport sitting in P2 overall, and the 586 P3 overall. It's WRC Developments, they're second in class at the moment. I can just see, I think that's the 396 as well, leaving the pits, getting a pit stop done under safety car, save themselves a little bit of time and get back on track. That might help them in the long run. Being under safety car conditions in the pits is ideal. I can still see the Hollis car currently in the pits. That's the 72. I think it looks to me like it's just a pit stop because they're on the apron, but it could be something more severe at the moment. It seems there's something in the air. We've had quite a few cars in with problems over the last sort of 45 minutes to an hour, yeah, so then the nighttime air must be doing something to the cars because things not quite going to plan. Unfortunately, the 48 as well is in, but that might be something small. That's the 72 Hollis car back out into the race as well as they exit the pit lane. Maybe it was just a stop under safety car, get it done and dusted and out the way as we wait for the safety car queue to come round, as they're currently coming through the final corner. It's awesome to see all the, obviously it was still light when I left the commentary box earlier. It's now almost pitch black, and seeing all the lights, the ID lights and the LEDs that they dress the cars up, it looks fantastic as they come behind the safety car down the pit straight. So hopefully we'll be back racing very, very soon once they've managed to get the cars recovered off the track and fixed up. And we'll be racing again. ET has any news down in the garage on the car that's being recovered, the 48, or possibly anyone else? I know that we've also had the Muffins. The Muffins have struggled with another, I think it was the oil cooler they might have had a problem with, and the fan backing. I might have got them mixed up, but they've suffered a couple of problems as well, so they've dropped down to 13th. They're currently in the pits again, so hopefully things are going a little bit better for them soon. I've got the comments coming through. Dave commentators saying, damn it, the 48 is based not far from me. That's a shame. It's a shame to see them in the pits, it really is. I can assure you I'm more unhappy about that than you are, Dave, but thank you for the comment. Maybe it has caught on fire again, possibly. We'll have to see what happens. But for now, safety car conditions, and hopefully we'll go green.
So car number 77 is in again. What has happened here is that something has come off within the car. It's hit the gearbox, so this is unfortunately going to be a gearbox change. Now, as lots of you will know, an engine change is quick, less than 10 minutes. A gearbox change is significantly longer. So sadly, car 77 is going to be in the pits for quite a long time, but as I will keep saying throughout this, we've got someone from Gadget, we've got someone from Walford, we've got the own team. They're all working together to get this all sorted and make sure they can change the gearbox as quickly as possible. The car, so they'll be aiming to get this engine, aiming to get the gearbox out and make sure they can get that changed. We've got people from other teams who are now looking to see if they can go and get parts that this team may need. I think it's key to understand, do they have actually a spare gearbox, because sometimes you know, because it is such a hard thing to change, people may not necessarily bring them, so somebody will have them. They will get it changed, they will get the car back out there. We are only 5 hours into this race, but the front end is coming off. It's up in the axles, and they've got somewhere to put all of their nuts and bolts, which is fantastic. As Seb has requested, I will go and try and find out what's going on with car number 48. The safety car is still out, which implies that it's not yet back in the pits. So we will go and have a look at that in just a moment. Whilst we figure out what is going on down here in the pits, we'll head back up to Seb as he is talking through what is going on out on track.
And then who have we got? Team Gadget as well in 5th place.
So we are down here in Garage 17, which is where car number 48 is. It has sadly come back on the flatbed truck this time, which was the cause for the safety car. They're still trying to figure out what the problem was. They think it might be electrical, obviously because of what the fire extinguisher has caused, but they're just they're really just investigating. They're investigating what it is. So this might take a bit of time to figure out what the issue is, but we might have Seb for a bit longer, which is a positive we can take from this, but sadly he'd rather be in the car. It sounds like the car is spluttering. They might do a bit of a compression check. They'll try and see what's going on. We'll keep up to date with what's going on in this garage. As you know, the team don't quite understand it yet, but they will figure it out. It's a very experienced team. They know what they're doing. They'll be able to they'll be able to figure this out. So at the moment we've got car 48 in this garage, we've got car 77 in the other garage, 2 pit stops which will take a significant amount of time, and we'll keep up to date with what's going on with them. We'll head back up to Seb now, and now that the green light has gone on, he can give us an update on how those top cars are running.
The 48 struggling so much, but I have complete faith in that team. They will get it running as green flags are now waving. We're back to racing, we're back to looking at that fight between the line cars, which I'm really starting to get excited about. It's half a second between the two, and I can see them flickering as they cross the lines, flickering between each other. Gary Adnett versus Sam Archer. That's going to be one to talk about at the end of the weekend for sure. As they head down into the hairpin, as I'm watching them, I believe. Further down the grid, let's see what's happening further down the grid. So the Blueberry Tarts are now on my screen. They're running 15th in class, fantastic, and they're 5 laps down on the next car. So they can still make up a lot of time. Obviously, the great thing is they're now running, and they're running reliably. Hopefully, I don't want to jinx anything. But very close between the Blueberry Muffins and the Blueberry Tarts. That could elevate to something exciting as we progress into the race. Really Racing 14th, Hollis Motorsport 12th, Regimental Racing 11th, Pork Pie Racing. They were leaders earlier on in this race, very fast. Had a bit of an issue on their first pit stop, and are now running 10th. Team ECAS 9th, 8th is the Hansgrove ECAS, and Crisis Tete Rouge, who were really ramping up to get onto the podium, are sitting 7th after they've had to come in for a mechanical problem as well. But at the moment, other than the 2 cars that I believe we know about in the pits, the pit lane is clear and everyone is racing, and I'm eager to see them coming down the back straight again as they're now coming around Coram. All the lights ablaze, and see exactly how this fight for second place develops. It's actually 0.3 seconds to the Fig Jam car as well. So Fig Jam, the 97, the 79, all fighting tooth and nail for all 3 podium positions, which is fantastic to see. Even when you're almost 4 hours into the race, we're still fighting strong with our 2 CVs, wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through the night. As I see them heading down, and we got Fig Jam car has got Gary Adnett right on his back. Sam Archer's just passed the ECAS car into turn 1 as well, and he's looking to try and get onto the back of those 2 leaders as well, but it's looking pretty feisty between 1 and 2 as they head into the hairpin. I can see the green, I can see the purple, and I can see the blue. That's all 3 leaders in one frame heading now onto the back straight to complete another half a lap. We'll see them when they come back round. I've just seen Team Gadget move up into 4th as well. So Team Gadget have really been struggling this weekend to keep the car running. But it seems all they need to do is start the 24-hour race, because, fingers crossed, touch wood, things have been going pretty well for them so far. And they're now up into P4, passing the Super Schnecker car. So I'm not sure who's in there because I can't quite see the names. But yes, Team Gadget looking to start making some progression, maybe up towards the podium positions as we progress to the end of the race. But only 4 hours gone, almost on the dot. 19 hours and 59 minutes remaining. It's a long way, and as we've said so many times, anything can happen. It's great to see Gadget up in 4th place. Rosie Walford sitting in 6th as well. They're only 22 seconds behind the 5th place car of the Super Schnecker, and it's still Bertie's Bacon Baps Racing leading the outright leaders, leading the way by over a lap, which is fantastic, and lapping pretty quickly. They're the fastest car on track at the moment by a good margin. 1:45.3 for the moment for the Bertie's Bacon Baps. Closest person to them is doing a 48, and that's the WRC Developments car, the 586, who are putting in a good show, trying to catch up to that City Car Cup that's sitting in next second and first in class. And now they scream down. See, the Fig Jam car's pulled a little bit of a gap now to Gary Adnett behind him, but I think there's a bit of traffic involved there as he sneaks past a C1. I think the Fig Jam car's just passed the C1 into turn 1. So that's impressive. And Gary Adnett shortly behind. But Sam's closing in on Gary Adnett still. He seems to have dropped back a little bit on the restart, maybe a bit of traffic, but he's now closing in once again to his teammate. And it's a 1 second gap from first to second and another 1.5 seconds from second to third. This is really ramping up. And then 3 laps down to Team Gadget, who are putting in reliable reliable, we'll call it reliable lap times.
So car 48 is back out into the pit lane, which is a fantastic sign. It means they've obviously found what the problem was and have fixed it. They're just strapping the driver back in. We'll go and have a look and see what that issue might have been. We'll wait until it's all calmed down a little bit. I'll see if I can go and speak to one of the drivers and see what was the problem. So we'll talk to George Broadhurst, who is one of the drivers here at SR Racing. So that was quite quick. Considering you didn't know what the problem was, did you find out what it was?
We really hope so. We think it was just a blocked jet. After the fire, there's a lot of debris in the engine bay, which may have just got in and blocked the jet. We changed the HT leads as well, and that seems to have fixed it. So hopefully we'll be out and staying out now. We've got all of our problems out the way in the first 4 hours, hopefully, because I'm sick of breaking down now.
Yeah, well, it's back out there. It sounds alright. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Have you been out in the car yet?
No, not yet. I'm itching to get in the car now, so I think I will be in the next kind of hour or so, and hopefully it doesn't break down on me.
Yeah, great. Thank you, George.
Itching to get in the car, but the 48 now back out on track and hopefully will remain on track for the rest of the race. So it's good to see the 48 getting things done and getting the car back out. Hopefully it was just a little bit of debris in the car, but that is a problem you're going to get if you've had your whole engine bay engulfed in flames. There's going to be a little bit of debris there, so hopefully that's that found and sorted as they head back on track. A big job for the 48 team as we see the 82 car come into the pits for a stop. A bit of a conversation going on between drivers as the fuel goes in. A lot of flapping of arms going on. Hopefully everything's all right, but it seems to be a routine stop for the 82. And hopefully they'll get back on track after their pit stop. As we head, what's happening at the front of the 2CV grid? Okay, so Fig Jam have pulled out a 2.5 second lead from Gary Adnett behind, and unfortunately Sam Archer just not quite able to hold on to the back of his teammate's car or a sister car, and Team Gadget, of course, plucking in the laps as well. But Sam Archer and the Gadget car, apologies, I'm not sure who's driving. I think it might be Simon. I think it's Clark, running at pretty much the same identical lap times, so that's a bit of a stalemate between them. It is 3 laps that the Gadget team have got to make up somewhere, but you know, anything can happen. And obviously Fig Jam and Lion, the 97 line, matching relatively. I think there's about half a second in lap time between James Dartiel and Gary Adnett in the Lion. So Fig Jam doing what they always do and just pulling away slowly but surely. Bertie's Bacon Baps still leading the way overall. cars between the Fig Jam Motorsport car and the 97 Lion car now. So, as always, Fig Jam just pulling away. And as we see another car leave the pits. I didn't quite see who that was in the pits, but they're now out and back on track as the Really Racing car passes them onto the exit the pit lane into turn 1. Everyone's going well. I can see the Blueberry Muffins still going nicely, followed by the who's that? That's the Rosie Wolford racing car as well in P6. Rosie Wolford always consistent, well, I say this, I think a couple of years ago they had a little bit of a messy weekend, but they're always sort of just plucking in those lap times and getting things done, and it pays dividends. They're sitting in 6th in class, and things going really, really well for them. Only 31 seconds separates them from Super Schnecker. Super Schnecker have been sitting around 5th for I think the entirety of the race, really, which is fantastic, and they're only 13 seconds away from Team Gadget as well. But lapping a little bit slower as well. Gadget still matching the guys ahead, really, but it is the Fig Jam car that's taking all the plaudits at the moment. Sam Archer putting in a few fast laps as well, and he's keeping that gap at 3.2 seconds to his sister car. That's the closest gap, I think, at the moment. It's 3.4 from first to second and 3.2 from second to third, and then we've got 3 laps down to Team Gadget, 13 seconds back to Schnecker, and then 31 seconds to Rosie Wolford Racing, and a couple laps between the Crisis and the ECAS Hansgrohe car as well in 8th. Team ECAS, 33 Team ECAS sitting in 9th, and Pork Pie Racing, again one of our early leaders, sitting down in 10th after a few issues. I can see coming into the pits. Who's this coming into the pits now? That's
So we'll pick up on that stop-go penalty for Sam Archer in just a moment. But we are actually here with 2 Richards, who are the safety car drivers. So, have you done this before?
No, this is our first time in doing the safety car driving, and we got asked to do it. And I've raced for years and years, and I think it's nice to put something back into the sport that I love.
Yeah.
So here we are doing it.
And how about yourself?
No, it's first time as well for me. Yeah, so we were here on, Saturday now, isn't it? We came down Friday, so we're just testing a Formula 3 car in the afternoon. So we thought, well, we'll put that back in the trailer, and we jumped in the safety car, and we've had a bit of fun looking after everybody out there.
Brilliant, well thank you so much for doing that, and I love that, a bit of Formula 3, pop that away and out in the... What car is it, the safety car?
It's a Jaguar.
A Jaguar.
Great, that's nice. So, I know one year it was a Citroen, which obviously Citroens are great, but that's a bit more fancy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice comfy thing to sit in for hours.
Yeah. Brilliant, thank you so much. Okay. We're going to go and investigate a stop-go penalty now, and we'll go down. So, yeah, great, having the safety car drivers here in the pit lane with us. So, we're going to go down now and see car 79, Sam Archer, who has had a stop-go penalty. We're not too sure what it was for. Sounds like from what Seb was saying there, could have been track limits, which I was saying earlier that kind of there. We'll go and have a look now. Well, I was saying earlier that we've got a very young team in that team, but they've all got really cool heads. So we're going to find out what the reason was. It looks like car 306 is also being called in for a stop-go penalty. I mean, as it gets dark, it's not very well lit out there, which is obviously kind of the point of a 24-hour race, is you don't want it to be well lit because it defeats the object of driving in the dark. But it does mean it makes it a little bit tricky for cars to stay on track. I'm going to talk to Jeff Archer. Hi Jeff, so we understand your son has just had a stop-go penalty. Yeah. Do you know what that was all about?
Overtaking, the lights went green, but he hadn't crossed the line when he overtook.
Oh, okay. So this is interesting because in the driver's briefing earlier,
we're saying the same. We don't know.
Okay. So we'll see what they come back with on that.
Yeah, exactly the same. We understood that when the lights went green, that was it. There's no safety car. We could go, and obviously they're saying different. So.
Okay, so that'll be interesting. We'll keep an eye on what happens with that. Yeah. Maybe get some clarity for everybody else. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. So it's Jeff's son, Sam Archer. So Jeff has been involved in TC racing for a very long time. He knows what he's doing, and his son started last year. This is his second year. He's doing exceptionally well. Very cool head, very fast driver, and I think there's just been some confusion over what the regulations say, whether it's when the lights go green you can start racing, which we know for a rolling start is correct, or for a safety car is that different and you do have to wait to cross the line. So he's been penalised for overtaking before crossing the line, but they're contesting kind of what was said in the driver's briefing earlier, so we'll find out what's happened there, because is it communication or what's going on? I don't have the textbook with me. It all feels very Formula 1 this. We'll go down and see car 386 as well, because they've also been in for a stop go penalty, and I know 306 is on the way in, so we'll see if we can find that car. It's a little bit tricky when they're not actually in there. Hello! It's a little bit tricky when they're not actually in their pits, because we obviously can't see their car numbers, although some of the C1s do helpfully have their numbers on their car. We're just walking past car number 77 as well. On our way there, we'll go and take a little look and see how they're going on with changing the gearbox. Let's have a little look. It looks like, so it depends whether that's the old gearbox out or the new one in. Oh, there is a gearbox on the floor there, so is that the old one or the new one? We'll try and find out. Is this the old, have they...
The broken gearbox, that one, the one at the back. It's broke the mounting off there, so we had to change it so they can put the brake calipers back on, and that's what they're just doing now. They've changed the gearbox and they're putting the engine back in and then fitting the drive shafts and it'll be ready to go again, hopefully.
Brilliant, thanks. So we'll head back up to Seb now, who will talk us through about what's going out on track, and we'll keep an eye on things down here. Great.
Procedures is that you cannot cross, you cannot pass until the line, but we'll see what happens there, but that is unfortunate, so hopefully they can protest that and get some time. I'm not sure how they do that, but get some time back, but it's done and they're cracking on and they're still in P3, so they've lost a bit of time, but they're still rotating P3. Team Gadget have come down from 3 laps gap to 2 laps gap, I believe, because of that stop-go penalty, and Super Schnecker now about 30 seconds behind the Team Gadget car as well, but still in P5. And Rosie Walford still going, 42 seconds the gap between Rosie Walford and Super Schnecker, and I've just seen now it's 27 seconds between Schnecker and Gadget. Port Pie Racing still in 10th, our early leaders, and P8 is Hansgrohe's ECAS, the 15 car. They're having a stellar evening as well, and I've just seen the Crisis Tech Rouge are now starting to put in 151s, so whoever's now in the Crisis car is absolutely flying, because they're almost matching the Fig Jam car now, the 2 fastest cars on track by quite a way now. Fig Jam almost down into the 50s at this point as well. So it's a 51.6 on the last lap from the Crisis Tech Rouge cars. They're going to be looking to make some places up the board, back into the top 6, and hopefully back into the top 3 by the end of the race for them. Obviously, the Crisis Tech Rouge car has the championship leader, Andrew Bull, in that team, so he's going to be looking to get everything he can from this weekend. I think the likes of Fig Jam Motorsport and the 79 Team Archers line, who has Nick Crispin in the Fig Jam car and Ethan Sparrow in the 79 car. They're both in the championship fight as well, but they're going to have to do a lot to get this done. Fig Jam are doing everything they can do though. They're leading the race, they're pulling away, they're comfortable. They just need a little bit more misfortune for their championship rivals in Crisis Tech Rouge, but we will see what happens and how it unfolds throughout the race. I've got a spanner marked next to the regimental car, so I don't know if they've gone out and come back in again, but they're in the pits again. They're 4 laps down on the Port Pie Racing car, so hopefully that's just a routine stop. I can't quite see down the pit lane. Hopefully they're not in the garage, but that is the 82 car in the pits for some maintenance. And I don't think I've seen the 77 car go out again yet, but I'll have to see. Unfortunately, my timing screen doesn't quite go down to the bottom, and I don't know how to scroll it because this isn't my usual job. But we crack on. Fig Jam pulling away. 12 seconds now to the 97 line car for Fig Jam. Bertie's Bacon Baps, after serving their stop-go penalty, are still out in the lead. I can now see a stop-go penalty for the 586 and the 463. Maybe that's another safety car infringement, but I can see 586 stop here. That was a bit of a cheeky one. I'm not sure if they quite stopped there, but they've obviously served their penalty and gone out. I wonder if it is the same safety car infringement situation as we had with Sam Archer and the 306, but we've also got the 463 who's due to come in for a stop-go penalty as well. No further information on that one, I'm afraid. I could mix things up. So Emax Motorsport 6, the 463, still sitting in third, and third in class, fourth overall, but it is Bertie's Bacon Baps leading the way at the moment for the 2026 2CV 24 hour. And here comes the 463 into the pits to serve their stop-go, and they're still stopped. They're still stopped. There's a bit of a miscommunication from the 463 there. I think he thought he had to stop for a little bit longer, a little bit of conversation, but he's back out onto the track as well. So a bit of time lost there, unfortunately.
I don't really wanna feel this sick deep down, down.
great, really just putting in a solid effort there. They're not the fastest lap of the day, but they are the fastest car on track at the moment, which is fantastic. 141 laps completed for them, and actually the Emax, the CCC Emax car, the City Car Club Emax car, is only 30 seconds behind them. On track, Really Racing still in the pits, and that brings Blueberry Tart up to just 1 lap behind Really Racing. 1 more lap round and they'll move up into 14th, right behind their sister car, or brother car I guess we'll call it, the brother and sister car of Rhubarb. And Blueberry Muffins and Blueberry Tarts fight it out with an inter-team rivalry there that's going on. Super Schnecker still in the pits as ECAS Hansgrohe move up to P7 in the 15 car. And all the lap times are coming down in the midfield. We've got the ECAS Hansgrohe and the Crisis Tech Rouge car, now the quickest cars on track in the 2 CVs. So I think they might be working together because their lap times are very, very close. I can't quite see them on track, so I'm not sure. I might be wrong, but I think they might be working in tandem, which is always the best way to go, 100%. But Fig Jam extending that gap. 17.1 seconds as Sam Archer in the 79 Archer's Lion car pods along. He's getting caught by the Gadget Racing car. They're about 2 seconds a lap faster than them at the moment. So over about an hour or two, that could come down to absolutely nothing. David Commentator, yes, there's so many fantastic team names that go on in club racing. It really is brilliant. I think Bertie's Bacon Baps is brilliant. We've seen some very very enthusiastic names over time, but Bertie must be well established to fund a racing team, indeed. And they're funding a racing team that's currently leading, so they must be doing things right. That's some good bacon. I'd like to, if the team are listening, bring me Bertie's Bacon Bap so that I can go quick as well. But yeah, leading the way in the 306, and still the fastest car on track. So whoever is racing for them at the moment, I can't quite see who's in the car, but they're doing a fantastic job. Crisis Tech Rouge up into 5th place along with they've just passed Rosie Wolford now, so that's fantastic. Rosie Wolford 4.5 seconds behind them now. So Crisis Tech Rouge up into 5th, starting to close in on their position of, I believe they were 3rd or 4th before they had their issues. So starting to close in, back in on the podium position, and now they just have the Team Gadget car to find. They're lapping about 2 seconds faster. And it must be actually that the ECAS Hansgrohe car can't have been working in tandem with them because they're still behind the Rosie Wolford racing car as well. The Crisis Tech Rouge up into 5th place. I'm hearing a lot of horns outside. We've got, who's this coming down the road? Really Racing finally released from the pits as they head down into turn 1 and stayed ahead. They're still in 14th, so Blueberry Tarts weren't quite able to get ahead of them. Well, we'll see when that updates. Maybe they did. So Really Racing maintain 14th place, now 5 laps behind the Blueberry Muffins car, the number 40. And we've got another C1 coming into the pits now. It looks like a routine stop. It is a routine stop. It's not. They've gone into their pit box and then they've driven off again. Oh, they've got a stop-go penalty, unfortunately. That's the 396 serving a stop-go penalty as well. It must be a track limits thing. It must be. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it's quite a few stop-go penalties. So, drivers, be careful. You can't take the mick too much. Keep it on the track as I'm now watching Fig Jam fly past that C1 into turn 1. And they have pulled out a very, very nice gap to the next car. I think that's 20 odd seconds. I'm just waiting for the timings to come up. 20 odd seconds. I want a bacon bap now, Fluffy Pingu. I'd like one right now. With lots of butter and some brown sauce. Would be fantastic. Bertie's bacon baps into the pits. Looks like a routine stop. They're starting the free fueling now. Everything looks like it's going smoothly. Fuel goes in. Fire marshal's there, ready and waiting. Things are working lovely. Hopefully they can get back out in front. No, the Emax car has already passed them, so I can see another team getting ready though, so it might be a case of the Emax car coming in very soon for a stop as well. But Bertie's bacon baps in the pits and now down into second overall, but still leading the way in class. It's a 2CV. It's the 79 into the pits now. Sam Archer into the pits. It looks like a driver change. Sam gets out very quickly, and now the refueling starts. Everyone checking the car over. So Sam Archer in for a driver change. It means that we quite possibly have Gary Adnett in soon as well for a driver change, and then I think that'll kickstart this next cycle of driver changes and refueling stops for the 2CVs. We'll see how much further Big Jam can extend their leads. We see another 2CV coming in just at the bottom. Oh no! I think that's Blueberry Tarts. Hopefully they're coming in for a routine stop, but they look like they were going quite slowly. I think they're on the apron, so it might be alright, but Blueberry Tarts into the pits. Blueberry Muffins also in the pits as well. I really hope that that's just routine stops. I wouldn't have thought they'd be doing it at the same time in the same team. Hopefully everything is alright for at least one of those cars. As I'm really looking forward to seeing how that fight escalates throughout the race. I've got good luck changing the gearbox, number 77 on the chat. Hopefully they're getting that. They've got that sorted, and everything's in hand. Shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully they've got a gearbox to put in it, but we'll see. Ketchup for Fluffy Pingu. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. If you're having bacon, but you've got to have some brown sauce in it. No ketchup for me. Too sweet. Too sweet. Team Archer's line still in the pits. Refueling is going on. It's the first jug out. Are they putting another one in? No. Cap goes on. Cap is going on quite slowly. Cap goes on, and it's all action. Driver in. I think that's Martin Ryman getting in the car now. Martin Ryman in. Belts are getting done up now. They're just under the bonnet, giving it a once over, possibly a little bit of an oil top up if it needs it, and then they'll be back on the road and out onto the track. Still in third place. They had a nice buffer to the guys behind, but that's now Team Gadget just one lap behind them. But considering that they're now strapping up the driver, I think they'll be out in plenty of time to stay ahead and hold that third position for the 79 Archer's line car. Fantastic stint from Sam Archer. If Katie's still roaming, I'm not sure if she is, but if Katie's still roaming, she might be able to go and have a chat with Sam and see how he did. But I'm not sure if she's still going. Bertie's Bacon Baps still in the pits as well, and Blueberry Muffins and Blueberry Tarts still in the pits as well, so I'm really hoping that things get sorted for them. As the 79 is starting to lock things up, close things down, and the Lollipop Man lifts his lollipop, and out goes Martin Ryman onto the outer apron and onto the track, not getting held up on the pit exit at all as he enters back onto turn one, and we see some more cars. So the cars are starting to come in now. Emax Motorsport in the City Car Cup are in the pits as well. Bertie's Bacon Bap still in the pits. Now I know that their pit stops take a little bit longer, but I'm not sure what's going on because I can't see any fuel jugs around that car, and I can see the City Car Cup car now in as well. The doors are open. I believe they're strapping the driver in, maybe checking a few things there. Hopefully they'll get out soon. So that promotes WRC Developments into first place in class, and depending on how long the City Car Cup is in the pits, it's possible that they could come and take the overall lead for the moment as they cross the line just in front of me. One more lap and they will be ahead. I'm just watching Really Racing, seem like they're going quite well as well. I'm just worried about the Blueberry Tarts and the Blueberry Muffins at this point. hoping they can stay out. Fig Jam Motorsport still leading the 2CV class. They've kept that, actually, Gary Adnett keeping them honest now and sort of matching their pace. 17.4 seconds between first and second Fig Jam and the 97 line car. Team Archer's line obviously back onto track now, just 2 laps down on their sister car. So if they pull out some stonking laps, then they might be able to pull a little bit of an undercut on their sister team, but we shall see. As I see 3 wide down the straight in the dark between the 92, the 82, I can't quite see who else that was. I think that might have been the 79. 3 wide down the straight as the Gadget car as well comes flying past, just sitting behind the 97 car, so they're working together as well. And Gary Adnett, as I said, it's actually now closing in, just lapping a little bit quicker than the Fig Jam Motorsport car of James Dartiel. It looks like there's a bit of a clean-up going on where the Bertie's Bacon Baps racing car was. I'm not sure if they've dropped the ketchup bottle or if something went wrong with the car in the pits, but there seems to be a little bit of a clear-up going on there. And then I can see the City Car Cup is still in of Emax Motorsport, the 14. WRC developers will be rubbing their hands at this point, I think, and enjoying taking the overall lead for just a little bit. Extended pit for Bertie just means they're cooking both sides evenly. You've got to cook them evenly. Got to get a nice crisp on each side. Fantastic stuff. Go Team Bacon Baps, indeed. I'm definitely rooting for them. Definitely rooting for them. Super Schnecker fly past me. They're sitting in 8th still after their pit stop round. They got Team ECAS, the 33 Team ECAS, just a second behind them as well. So there's a little bit of a fight brewing there as well. And Gary Adnett's still 17 seconds behind the lead. As I can see, who's this coming out of the pits? That's the 40 of the Blueberry Muffins, back out onto pit lane and back out on track. So they've got out before the Blueberry Tarts, which tells me that the Tarts have got something a little bit more wrong with their car. It would be good to know what's going on there, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is actually. Hopefully it's not a reoccurring problem. They've had quite a few issues, but hopefully it's not reoccurring. WRC Developments take the overall lead then, I think, for the second time of the race as we near the 5-hour mark. We've got 22 minutes left of me rambling on at you as well, and then I'll be able to leave you alone for the evening.
So we're back down with car 77, who have actually just tried to start their car. They've changed the gearbox, that is out. We saw the old one earlier, it's just on the floor there. And they are now just trying to start the engine. The new gearbox is in. It sounds like it's getting there. There we go. It's revving up. So not too long now before car 77 will be back out on track. That's Team Damax, sorry. Yeah, they're just double checking everything is okay, cleaning up the oil from the floor. I might go and see if I can have a chat with some of the people who are involved in this team. But they're still not happy about something. They're still having a look to see. There's still a bit of an issue there. Let's have a look at what they are looking at. So it looks like there might be a problem maybe with the fuel coming through. Sometimes they just get stuff in the carb which causes an issue, but Steve's just having a look there to see if he can fix that issue. He's sucking. Oh, there we go. I think the fuel wasn't coming through. So what he's doing here is he's actually sucking the pipe and you'll very quickly, there we go, see him move his head away because the fuel has come through. So he's got a nice tasty fuel drink there, so he'll now attach that again, and then that means the fuel can then get back into the carb. I think that's right. I could be a little bit wrong there, but that's roughly the outline of what's going on. I'm not the most mechanically minded person. There we go, starting again. Engine's up and running. He's just still something not quite right there, just still trying to clean it. It looks like Steve is there controlling the throttle with his hand there. You can see. Looks like he might be a bit happier with how that is going now. It's ticking over, great, thumbs up. Looks like they will now put the air filter back on and get that car back out on track. So we'll see who we can talk to about this. It's quickly clearing up, I will get out of the way. Hi guys, can I talk to you about what's going on? Okay, I'll talk to Nigel. Yeah, I was going to say Nikki. I did look at Nikki, but she pointed to you. Yeah.
Nikki used to race.
Yeah, I know. That's
She won her Caterham Championship here at Snetterton.
Did she? Right here? Okay. I know you're being modest as well. I did look at her first, but she was like, she ran away. But yeah, it looks like it's all. I presume you haven't been out yet.
No, not yet. No. I've been busy having dinner and so on. So relaxing. Just
Strenuous.
Zone.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, the sunset was beautiful, wasn't it?
It's fantastic, wasn't it? It really was. I've been at Le Mans 24 hours.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just without the massive crowds. Although the crowds here are not too small, to be fair.
It's more of an exclusive crowd.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, exclusive. So, I mean, I was telling everyone how in a couple of days you'll be driving a Corvette around Paul Ricard. But as for now, that obviously gear changing in GCV does take longer than changing an engine, and that's all done. And you've got a gearbox from Gadget, who they brought that down to lend to you. What happened, do you think?
So Bertie was out in the car, and we've been having a carburation problem where the carburetor just seems to get blocked up, and then the car stops. And Bertie was saying he broke down on the second corner, and then when he was getting towed back in, the drive shaft failed. And of course that then led on to now we need to replace the gearbox and so forth as well. So it was just a series of problems that unfolded. The great thing is, you can see the guys are just amazing how they're putting it all back together. So yeah, excited to get out there very shortly.
Yeah, and you've had help from other teams. Is that something that you kind of experience ordinarily, or is that unique to this event from your experience?
It happens a lot in America. So a lot of the American racing I do, they're very friendly and open and everything like that. But then also in historic racing as well. Those paddocks are very friendly, and people generally help. And motorsport is our passion that everybody's got. So we're very privileged to be part of the sport, and it's great to share it with others and help others.
Great, thank you so much. I do want to talk to Nikki though, because it is great. Nikki, come here. I would like to talk to you about just like your experience and things like this. So tell us, obviously you're called Nikki. What is and you and Nigel met at Motorsport, but like what's your experience and what have you done?
Well, I've always loved cars, and like I've got nobody in my family or friends who are into motorsport, so I don't really know where it came from, but I've just always loved fast cars and going fast and stuff. And then I went to the Autosport show many years ago and entered a competition. There was a competition to become a racing driver, and it was to getting women into motorsport. And so I thought, that looks like fun. Why don't I try and do that? So through a series, there was a competition, and so it was the competition. The prize was to win a free season of racing in Caterham's. And so that's like a very long story cut short, but so I entered the competition and got through, and was one of the 16. It was a female competition to get women into motorsport. I was one of the 16 women who got through and got a free season of racing.
That's amazing. What did the competition involve?
It was all sorts of things. So there was like a karting competition, there was fitness, there was all like the periphery elements. There was raising sponsorship, there was all sorts of periphery elements, and then obviously driving was the main bit. So there were car control things, speed, fastest lap round a track, and so on. So it was like a series. It went on for about a year. So it was like an eliminations camp, where you just kept getting the next 1,000 people were knocked out, and the next 1,000, and then eventually you got down to being the one of the 16 who who could race in caterings for the season. So it was fantastic.
And then you went on to then win the Caterham Championship, and was that kind of mixed? That was men and women as well?
No, that championship was just women at that stage, so it was all novice women, so we haven't raced before. And through that competition I met Nigel. So Nigel was instructing one of the women in the competition. I had my own instructor, Ed, and you know, like we all wanted to do really well. So yeah, but I met Nigel through that competition. And then we got together about a year later, and the rest is history.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's really interesting. It's good that they like have been doing things like that, and they obviously still are. But yeah, thank you so much. What a great story. Thanks. And the car looks like, you know, the front end's back on, so car 77 is on its way back out now. So we'll head back up to Seb and see what's going out on track.
The Demax team, I think it's Demax. They're getting things sorted, and nice little insight into the people behind the team as well, which is awesome, and obviously sharing their experience and their passions for racing. Since I've been away and since we've been off track, actually Fig Jam have been in the pits. It was a slightly longer pit than I think I was expecting. That might just be me though, but they're now down in second with the 97 Lion car of Gary Adnett now leading the 2CV class, but yet to stop, I believe. But Fig Jam in the pits for quite some time, I think, and now actually saying that, I think Adnett might have hit because the Team Archer's Lion, the 79 car with Martin Ryman at the wheel now, is only 30 seconds behind the Fig Jam Motorsport car after the pit stops have played out. So it'll be interesting to see if they're quicker or if something's gone wrong. If Katie's got any information on that, I'm sure she'll share that with us. Blueberry Tarts are back out on track as well. They've lost a lot of time though, so unfortunate to see them again struggling with reliability issues. But at the moment, it's Gary Adnett leading the 2CV class. WRC Developments still leading the 586 in C1 overall leaders, and then the City Car Cup, number 14 leading their class, but also second overall. Emax Motorsport 6, the 463 car sitting second in class, and Bertie's Bacon Baps leading for quite some time earlier, currently P3 for class. That's the 306 car, which is causing a lot of chit chat on the comments. I've never seen so many comments on a motorsport race involving Bacon and Baps and different sources, but I just need to set this straight. If you're not putting a runny yolked egg and a hash brown into your bacon bap with some brown sauce on it, and only brown sauce, then you're just eating your bap wrong. So hopefully that'll put all of your conversation to bed. I digress a little bit too much there. We'll head back to looking at what's going on track. So 31 seconds the gap between Martin Ryman and Nick Crispin in the Fig Jam Motorsport car, as Gary Adnett leads by 2 laps in the classic 2CV class, or club class. Further down the grid, Crisis Tech Rouge still sitting in 5th, but now under a lap away from Gadget. So there's 1 minute and 40 seconds that separates the Team Gadget car and the Crisis Tech Rouge car. They're running about a second a lap faster than Team Gadget, and actually considerably faster than the Archer's Lion car of Martin Ryman and Nick Crispin. They'll be encountering a little bit of traffic. As we head further down, we've got Rosie Walford sitting in 6th in the number 7 car. They're a lap behind Crisis Tech Rouge, and ECAS Hansgrohe just 53 seconds behind Rosie Walford in 7th place. That's the 15 car, ECAS Hansgrohe in 7th place. Super Schnecker been running 5th for quite some time. They've been in the pits. I think it was a routine stop, to be honest. I think they're just waiting for a few other cars to stop They're down in 8th and just a lap behind the ECAS Hansgrohe car. Team ECAS, so not to be confused with ECAS Hansgrohe, the 33 Team ECAS sitting in 9th, and Pork Pie Racing still in 10th. They've sort of, after their issues, sat in 10th and settled there for quite some time. That's an Ibis Pork Pie Racing. They're lapping quite well. They're 5 laps down on Team ECAS, and actually looking at Team ECAS with Howard Wright in it, who's a driver that has come on incredibly well this season, as he took last year off and came back in this season. Has been a standout driver, I think, possibly a nominee for Driver of the Year. Done very, very well and advanced his racing talent quite well this year. He's only half a second behind the Super Schnecker car, so it could be that the 13 Super Schnecker car is under threat from the 33 Team ECAS car with Howard Wright at the wheel. P11 Hollis Motorsport, they're settling in nicely, lapping quite a few seconds faster than Pork Pie at the moment, who are doing 2-minute laps. Matthew Hollis in the car at the moment doing 1:57, so he's been looking to move up into the top 10. As Regimental Racing, the 82 car sits in 12th. Blueberry Muffins, they had a far shorter stop than the Blueberry Tarts. I wonder if Kate is able to find out what happened to the Tarts, because they were in the pits for quite some time. Both the Blueberry cars were in the pits for quite some time, and unfortunately the Tarts lost a further 3 laps on their brother car of the Blueberry Muffins in the pits. Really Racing still sit in P14. I'd love to give you more information further down, but I don't know how to work this timing screen, and I can't see anything further than the top 20 places. So hopefully my team of SL Racing in the 48 are working their way through the pack, and I'm sure things will come to us towards further into the night, I hope. But we'll see what happens there. If anyone has an update on the 48, that'd be fantastic. Let me know. Fantastic. Got Black Hat Y8W sitting in his car waiting for his shift as marshal. Thank you for helping us this weekend, Black Hat. Thank you very much. We appreciate all your help, and hopefully you have a nice shift. It's not too cold for you out there in your marshal's post. I hope you're enjoying the stream. You are on the outer side of the straight to me. Oh, you're opposite me, are you? I'll wave at you. I think I can see you. I'm waving at you. I hope you're having a nice time and you have a good shift. And when I get in my race car, I'll come and wave at you as well when you're at your commentator at your marshal's booth. So I hope you have a good shift. Thank you very much for everything you're doing, and the rest of the marshals as well. We always have to thank them, because they give their time free of charge to help us out and keep us racing. As I can now see, news, the 77 car is released from its garage. They've managed to get the gearbox changed. They're back. I can see the lights coming on. Pit stop. Hopefully it's just a routine stop. Driver change. Fuel. Did a bit of a weird angle. No, he's jumping out. So Gary Adney out. I wonder who's getting in as they have a look around the car and start refueling. Seeing what's happening there. So it'll be interesting to see where they come up. We'll keep an eye on the Fig Jam Motorsport car, because they're only a lap behind, and Martin Ryman as well, only a lap behind them.
So as Seb was saying, he was keeping an eye on Fig Jam Motorsport, who were only a lap behind, but they may be on their way back in. The wheel actually came off before, and it looks like that's car number 7 that we're just seeing there on the screen. So that's Lauren's Story. That is a scheduled stop. She'll be stopping for Julie Walford. But Fig Jam's wheel did come off, so that's why they're a lap behind. So they'll be really trying hard to make that up. We've got a honk coming from somebody out on track, so they'll be on their way back in. It looks like Fig Jam are out in the pit lane though, so they may be on their way back in again. That's why we're just down here just keeping an eye on that. So we've got the 97 car with Gary Adnett, who will be swapping for David O'Keefe, we imagine. We'll go and double check that. But they're obviously doing a great job out on track. Gary's brought it in. He'll go and get his rest, and that car will go back out again. Lauren's Story in car number 7 is now swapping for Julie Walford. Fig Jam are still out in the pit lane, so we'll just keep an eye on whether they are actually coming back in or whether that car is okay. But all in the pit lane at the moment, all okay. It looks like Fig Jam has gone past the pit wall, so we'll hold on just one moment just in case they're coming in. But it looks like they're going around again, so it looks like Fig Jam have actually gone past and they are now in the lead, so potentially not coming back in. So we'll go back up to Seb. Oh no, we're just waiting. So we are just waiting to see if Fig Jam are on their way back in, because 97 has gone back out, so they've not been overtaken. They are still in first. It sounds Fig Jam still hasn't come past the grid, so let's go and have a look on the screen and see if we can see where they're at, because we could see that they were due a pit stop. Not due a pit stop, but they were planning to come on in, and they haven't. So let's just see if we can see where they are out on track. Car number 1. Let's have a look, see if we can see where they are. Oh, yeah, sorry, they are just coming around the final few corners. So we'll see if they make their way back in. But car 97 is, yeah, with David O'Keefe at the wheel, he is now in the lead. Fig Jam is now coming round, and they are 1 lap behind, and we've got Team Archer Lion, so they are only 51 seconds behind. So if there is another pit stop for Fig Jam, they will lose a place, because the 3rd place car is not too far behind them. We've got the team who are stood, it looks like they'll be changing a wing. The team are stood out in the pit lane for Fig Jam with a wing in their hands, and they are still waiting for the car to come round. Now it should be in any moment now, which is why we are staying down this way. But it looks like car number 7 is back out on track. But it's a bit concerning that we haven't yet seen Fig Jam come past, because they weren't too far away. So let's have another look at the timing screen and see where they should be. Obviously the timing screen is based on sensors. But 97 is nearly back round again, so it is concerning that we can't see the number 1 car. We will head back up to Seb for now, and if there's anything to bring you from down in the pit lane, we will let you know.
For the comments, yeah, I'm jumping in the SL car. I'm not sure when, but I'm going to have to wrap up the commentary in about 2 or 3 minutes. I've got my phone here next to me, which will basically be a text to tell me when I need to be back in the garage. But I will be wrapping up at about the 5-hour mark. So when we hit 19 hours remaining, that will be me done for the evening. And I don't think you'll hear from me again, because obviously we have the commentators back in tomorrow morning, and they'll want to do their thing the way they do it. But I will be jumping in at the next stop for the SL car, I believe, because I'm 4th in. So hopefully the car's running well, and we can maybe get some places, build our way through the pack, get some points for the SL racing car, which I'm looking forward to. But yes, commentating and driving with a little bit of commentating.
So as Seb was wondering who it is coming in, it is the number 1, it is Fig Jam, they are in. So it is that rear wing. It was an issue that was caused from their wheel coming off earlier. They said they should have changed it, not for a safety reason, just because it's an endurance race and they knew that they could have, they knew that they had an issue with it. So they've taken the old one off, they're putting the new one on. We've got they're having a check over the whole car just to see if it's all as it should be. But this is a significant pit stop for Fig Jam. Obviously it is unplanned, but it does give other teams an opportunity to get past them. So we'll just have a look at what this is doing to the race overall. So we've got currently, they have now been overtaken by Team Archer Lion, so they are now move up into second place due to this pit stop. But a very, very quick stop by Fig Jam. They are now back out on track, not too far behind Team Archer's Lion, and they were lapping about 2 seconds a lap faster, so it shouldn't be too long before they catch them back up again. A necessary pit stop. That wing has changed. We can see just kind of on that wing exactly what's happened. It looks like it was actually dragging on the floor, which we can see one of the mechanics there holding it. So we'll just have a look at that wing, and yeah. So I'll just do a shout out before we wrap up for the commentary for this evening. The Classic 2CV Racing Club will be going to Motorsport Expo and have this message. We are really excited to bring the Classic 2CV Racing Club to Motorsport Expo. For more than 30 years we've delivered close, competitive and affordable racing in one of motorsport's most distinctive cars. We compete at circuits including Snetterton, Mallory Park, Silverstone and Knock Hill, with our season headlined by the iconic 24-hour race, which is where we're at here at Snetterton. Come and meet us at XL London and discover the cars, the racing and our welcoming paddock community, and that is the Motorsport Expo. So thank you so much for joining Seb and I on the live stream this evening. We will now be switching over to part 2, which is a separate link you will see on YouTube, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.